World English Bible. Genesis 1 verse 1. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1 verse 2. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was on the surface of the deep. God's Spirit was hovering over the surface of the waters. Genesis 1 verse 3. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Genesis 1 verse 4. God saw the light and saw that it was good. God divided the light from the darkness. Genesis 1 verse 5. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There was evening and there was morning one day. Genesis 1 verse 6. God said, "Let there be an expanse in the middle of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." Genesis 1 verse 7. God made the expanse, and divided the waters which were under the expanse from the waters which were above the expanse. And it was so. Genesis 1 verse 8. God called the expanse sky. There was evening and there was morning a second day. Genesis 1 verse 9. God said, "Let the waters under the sky be gathered together to one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. Genesis 1 verse 10. God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. God saw that it was good. Genesis 1 verse 11. God said, "Let the earth yield grass, herbs yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit after their kind with its seed in it on the earth." And it was so. Genesis 1 verse 12. The earth yielded grass, herbs yielding seed after their kind, and trees bearing fruit with its seed in it after their kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1 verse 13. There was evening and there was morning a third day. Genesis 1 verse 14. God said, "Let there be lights in the expanse of sky to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." Genesis 1 verse 15. And let them be for lights in the expanse of sky to give light on the earth. And it was so. Genesis 1 verse 16. God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He also made the stars. Genesis 1 verse 17. God set them in the expanse of sky to give light to the earth. Genesis 1 verse 18. And to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. God saw that it was good. Genesis 1 verse 19. There was evening and there was morning a fourth day. Genesis 1 verse 20. God said, "Let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth in the open expanse of sky." Genesis 1 verse 21. God created the large sea creatures, and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swarmed after their kind, and every winged bird after its kind. God saw that it was good. Genesis 1 verse 22. God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth." Genesis 1 verse 23. There was evening and there was morning a fifth day. Genesis 1 verse 24. God said, "Let the earth produce living creatures after their kind, livestock, creeping things, and animals of the earth after their kind." And it was so. Genesis 1 verse 25. God made the animals of the earth after their kind, and the livestock after their kind, and everything that creeps on the ground after its kind. God saw that it was good. Genesis 1 verse 26. God said, "Let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the sky, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Genesis 1, verse 27. God created man in his own image. In God's image he created him. Male and female he created them. Genesis 1, verse 28. God blessed them. God said to them, "Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the sky, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." Genesis 1, verse 29. God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb-yielding seed which is on the surface of all the earth, and every tree which bears fruit yielding seed. It will be your food." Genesis 1, verse 30. "To every animal of the earth, and to every bird of the sky, and to everything that creeps on the earth in which there is life, I have given every green herb for food." And it was so. Genesis 1, verse 31. God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. There was evening and there was morning, a sixth day. Genesis 2, verse 1. The heavens and the earth were finished, and all their vast array. Genesis 2, verse 2. On the seventh day God finished his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Genesis 2, verse 3. God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because he rested in it from all his work which he had created and made. Genesis 2, verse 4. This is the history of the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens. Genesis 2, verse 5. No plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for Yahweh God had not caused it to rain on the earth. There was not a man to till the ground. Genesis 2, verse 6. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole surface of the ground. Genesis 2, verse 7. Yahweh God formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Genesis 2, verse 8. Yahweh God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Genesis 2, verse 9. Out of the ground Yahweh God made every tree to grow that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food. The tree of life also in the middle of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Genesis 2, verse 10. A river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it was parted and became 4 heads. Genesis 2, verse 11. The name of the first is Pishon. This is the one which flows through the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Genesis 2, verse 12. And the gold of that land is good. There is aromatic resin and the onyx stone. Genesis 2, verse 13. The name of the second river is Gihon, the same river that flows through the whole land of Cush. Genesis 2, verse 14. The name of the third river is Hiddekel. This is the one which flows in front of Assyria. The fourth river is the Euphrates. Genesis 2, verse 15. Yahweh God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Genesis 2, verse 16. Yahweh God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat. Genesis 2, verse 17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for in the day that you eat of it you will surely die. Genesis 2, verse 18. Yahweh God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper suitable for him." Genesis 2, verse 19. Out of the ground Yahweh God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the sky, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. Whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. Genesis 2, verse 20. The man gave names to all livestock and to the birds of the sky and to every animal of the field. But for man there was not found a helper suitable for him. Genesis 2, verse 21. Yahweh God caused a deep sleep to fall on the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh in its place. Genesis 2, verse 22. He made the rib which Yahweh God had taken from the man into a woman and brought her to the man. Genesis 2, verse 23. The man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She will be called woman, because she was taken out of man." Genesis 2, verse 24. Therefore a man will leave his father and his mother, and will join with his wife, and they will be one flesh. Genesis 2, verse 25. They were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Genesis 3, verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any animal of the field which Yahweh God had made. He said to the woman, "Has God really said, 'You shall not eat of any tree of the garden'?" Genesis 3, verse 2. The woman said to the serpent, "Of the fruit of the trees of the garden we may eat." Genesis 3, verse 3. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, "You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die." Genesis 3, verse 4. The serpent said to the woman, "You won't surely die." Genesis 3, verse 5. For God knows that in the day you eat it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Genesis 3, verse 6. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. And she gave some to her husband with her, and he ate. Genesis 3, verse 7. The eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. They sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Genesis 3, verse 8. They heard the voice of Yahweh God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh God among the trees of the garden. Genesis 3, verse 9. Yahweh God called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" Genesis 3, verse 10. The man said, "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself." Genesis 3, verse 11. God said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" Genesis 3, verse 12. The man said, "The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate." Genesis 3, verse 13. Yahweh God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Genesis 3, verse 14. Yahweh God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed above all livestock, and above every animal of the field. On your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life." Genesis 3, verse 15. "I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He will bruise your head, and you will bruise his heel." Genesis 3, verse 16. To the woman he said, "I will greatly multiply your pain in childbirth. In pain you will bear children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Genesis 3, verse 17. To Adam he said, because you have listened to your wife's voice and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. Genesis 3, verse 18. It will yield thorns and thistles to you, and you will eat the herb of the field. Genesis 3, verse 19. By the sweat of your face will you eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Genesis 3, verse 20. The man called his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Genesis 3, verse 21. Yahweh God made coats of skins for Adam and for his wife and clothed them. Genesis 3, verse 22. Yahweh God said, behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now, lest he reach out his hand and also take of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Genesis 3, verse 23. Therefore Yahweh God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. Genesis 3, verse 24. So he drove out the man, and he placed cherubs at the east of the Garden of Eden, and the flame of a sword which turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life. Genesis 4, verse 1. The man knew Eve his wife. She conceived and gave birth to Cain and said, I have gotten a man with Yahweh's help. Genesis 4, verse 2. Again she gave birth to Cain's brother Abel. Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Genesis 4, verse 3. As time passed, it happened that Cain brought an offering to Yahweh from the fruit of the ground. Genesis 4, verse 4. Abel also brought some of the firstborn of his flock and of its fat. Yahweh respected Abel and his offering. Genesis 4, verse 5. But he didn't respect Cain and his offering. Cain was very angry, and the expression on his face fell. Genesis 4, verse 6. Yahweh said to Cain, why are you angry? Why has the expression of your face fallen? Genesis 4, verse 7. If you do well, will it not be lifted up? If you don't do well, sin crouches at the door. Its desire is for you, but you are to rule over it. Genesis 4, verse 8. Cain said to Abel, his brother, let's go into the field. It happened when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and killed him. Genesis 4, verse 9. Yahweh said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? He said, I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper? Genesis 4, verse 10. Yahweh said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground. Genesis 4, verse 11. Now you are cursed because of the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. Genesis 4, verse 12. From now on, when you till the ground, it won't yield its strength to you. You shall be a fugitive and a wanderer in the earth. Genesis 4, verse 13. Cain said to Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Genesis 4, verse 14. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the surface of the ground. I will be hidden from your face, and I will be a fugitive and a wanderer in the earth. It will happen that whoever finds me will kill me. Genesis 4, verse 15. Yahweh said to him, therefore whoever slays Cain, vengeance will be taken on him sevenfold. Yahweh appointed a sign for Cain, lest any finding him should strike him. Genesis 4, verse 16. Cain went out from Yahweh's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Genesis 4, verse 17, Cain knew his wife. She conceived and gave birth to Enoch. He built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. Genesis 4, verse 18, to Enoch was born Irad. Irad became the father of Mehujael. Mehujael became the father of Methushael. Methushael became the father of Lamech. Genesis 4, verse 19, Lamech took 2 wives. The name of the one was Adah and the name of the other Zillah. Genesis 4, verse 20, Adah gave birth to Jabal, who was the father of those who dwell in tents and have livestock. Genesis 4, verse 21, his brother's name was Jubal, who was the father of all who handle the harp and pipe. Genesis 4, verse 22, Zillah also gave birth to Tubal-Cain, the forger of every cutting instrument of brass and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Genesis 4, verse 23, Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to my speech, for I have slain a man for wounding me, a young man for bruising me. Genesis 4, verse 24, if Cain will be avenged 7 times, truly Lamech 77 times. Genesis 4, verse 25, Adam knew his wife again. She gave birth to a son and named him Seth. For God has appointed me another child instead of Abel, for Cain killed him. Genesis 4, verse 26, there was also born a son to Seth, and he named him Enosh. Then men began to call on Yahweh's name. Genesis 5, verse 1, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, he made him in God's likeness. Genesis 5, verse 2, he created them male and female and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. Genesis 5, verse 3, Adam lived 130 years and became the father of a son in his own likeness, after his image, and named him Seth. Genesis 5, verse 4, the days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 5, all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, then he died. Genesis 5, verse 6, Seth lived 105 years and became the father of Enosh. Genesis 5, verse 7, Seth lived after he became the father of Enosh 807 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 8, all the days of Seth were 912 years, then he died. Genesis 5, verse 9, Enosh lived 90 years and became the father of Kenan. Genesis 5, verse 10, Enosh lived after he became the father of Kenan 815 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 11, all the days of Enosh were 905 years, then he died. Genesis 5, verse 12, Kenan lived 70 years and became the father of Mahalalel. Genesis 5, verse 13, Kenan lived after he became the father of Mahalalel 840 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 14, and all the days of Kenan were 910 years, then he died. Genesis 5, verse 15, Mahalalel lived 65 years and became the father of Jared. Genesis 5, verse 16, Mahalalel lived after he became the father of Jared 830 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 17, All the days of Mahalalel were 895 years. Then he died. Genesis 5, verse 18. Jared lived 162 years and became the father of Enoch. Genesis 5, verse 19. Jared lived after he became the father of Enoch 800 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 20. All the days of Jared were 962 years. Then he died. Genesis 5, verse 21. Enoch lived 65 years and became the father of Methuselah. Genesis 5, verse 22. Enoch walked with God after he became the father of Methuselah 300 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 23. All the days of Enoch were 365 years. Genesis 5, verse 24. Enoch walked with God and he was not, for God took him. Genesis 5, verse 25. Methuselah lived 187 years and became the father of Lamech. Genesis 5, verse 26. Methuselah lived after he became the father of Lamech 782 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 27. All the days of Methuselah were 969 years. Then he died. Genesis 5, verse 28. Lamech lived 182 years and became the father of a son. Genesis 5, verse 29. And he named him Noah, saying, "This same will comfort us in our work and in the toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed." Genesis 5, verse 30. Lamech lived after he became the father of Noah 595 years and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 5, verse 31. All the days of Lamech were 777 years. Then he died. Genesis 5, verse 32. Noah was 500 years old, and Noah became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6, verse 1. It happened, when men began to multiply on the surface of the ground, and daughters were born to them. Genesis 6, verse 2. That God's sons saw that men's daughters were beautiful, and they took for themselves wives of all that they chose. Genesis 6, verse 3. Yahweh said, "My spirit will not strive with man forever, because he also is flesh. Yet will his days be 120 years." Genesis 6, verse 4. The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when God's sons came into men's daughters. They bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Genesis 6, verse 5. Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Genesis 6, verse 6. Yahweh was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. Genesis 6, verse 7. Yahweh said, "I will destroy man whom I have created from the surface of the ground, man along with animals, creeping things, and birds of the sky, for I am sorry that I have made them." Genesis 6, verse 8. But Noah found favor in Yahweh's eyes. Genesis 6, verse 9. This is the history of the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time. Noah walked with God. Genesis 6, verse 10. Noah became the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6, verse 11. The earth was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. Genesis 6, verse 12. God saw the earth, and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Genesis 6, verse 13, God said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth." Genesis 6, verse 14, "Make a ship of gopher wood. You shall make rooms in the ship and shall seal it inside and outside with pitch." Genesis 6, verse 15, "This is how you shall make it. The length of the ship will be 300 cubits, its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits." Genesis 6, verse 16, "You shall make a roof in the ship, and you shall finish it to a cubit upward. You shall set the door of the ship in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third levels." Genesis 6, verse 17, even I, do bring the flood of waters on this earth, to destroy all flesh having the breath of life from under the sky. Everything that is in the earth will die." Genesis 6, verse 18, "But I will establish my covenant with you. You shall come into the ship, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you." Genesis 6, verse 19, "Of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ship, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female." Genesis 6, verse 20, "Of the birds after their kind, of the livestock after their kind, of every creeping thing of the ground after its kind, 2 of every sort shall come to you, to keep them alive." Genesis 6, verse 21, "Take with you of all food that is eaten and gather it to yourself, and it will be for food for you and for them." Genesis 6, verse 22, "Thus Noah did. According to all that God commanded him, so he did." Genesis 7, verse 1, Yahweh said to Noah, "Come with all of your household into the ship, for I have seen your righteousness before me in this generation." Genesis 7, verse 2, "You shall take 7 pairs of every clean animal with you, the male and his female. Of the animals that are not clean, take 2, the male and his female." Genesis 7, verse 3, "Also of the birds of the sky, 7 and 7, male and female, to keep seed alive on the surface of all the earth." Genesis 7, verse 4, "In 7 days I will cause it to rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Every living thing that I have made, I will destroy from the surface of the ground." Genesis 7, verse 5, "Noah did everything that Yahweh commanded him." Genesis 7, verse 6, "Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters came on the earth." Genesis 7, verse 7, "Noah went into the ship with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, because of the waters of the flood." Genesis 7, verse 8, "Clean animals. Animals that are not clean, birds, and everything that creeps on the ground." Genesis 7, verse 9, "Went by pairs to Noah into the ship, male and female, as God commanded Noah." Genesis 7, verse 10, "It happened after the 7 days that the waters of the flood came on the earth." Genesis 7, verse 11, "In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on the same day all the fountains of the great deep were burst open, and the sky's windows were opened." Genesis 7, verse 12, "The rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights." Genesis 7, verse 13, "In the same day Noah, and Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered into the ship." Genesis 7, verse 14, "They, and every animal after its kind, all the livestock after their kind, every creeping thing that creeps on the earth after its kind, and every bird after its kind, every bird of every sort. Genesis 7 verse 15. They went to Noah into the ship by pairs of all flesh with the breath of life in them. Genesis 7 verse 16. Those who went in male and female of all flesh, as God commanded him, and Yahweh shut him in. Genesis 7 verse 17. The flood was 40 days on the earth. The waters increased and lifted up the ship, and it was lifted up above the earth. Genesis 7 verse 18. The waters prevailed and increased greatly on the earth, and the ship floated on the surface of the waters. Genesis 7 verse 19. The waters prevailed exceedingly on the earth. All the high mountains that were under the whole sky were covered. Genesis 7 verse 20. The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered. Genesis 7 verse 21. All flesh died that moved on the earth, including birds, livestock, animals, every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man. Genesis 7 verse 22. All in whose nostrils was the breath of the Spirit of life, of all that was on the dry land, died. Genesis 7 verse 23. Every living thing was destroyed that was on the surface of the ground, including man, livestock, creeping things, and birds of the sky. They were destroyed from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those who were with him in the ship. Genesis 7 verse 24. The waters prevailed on the earth 150 days. Genesis 8 verse 1. God remembered Noah, all the animals, and all the livestock that were with him in the ship, and God made a wind to pass over the earth. The waters subsided. Genesis 8 verse 2. The deep's fountains and the sky's windows were also stopped, and the rain from the sky was restrained. Genesis 8 verse 3. The waters receded from the earth continually. After the end of 150 days, the waters decreased. Genesis 8 verse 4. The ship rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, on Ararat's mountains. Genesis 8 verse 5. The waters receded continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. Genesis 8 verse 6. It happened at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ship which he had made. Genesis 8 verse 7. And he sent out a raven. It went back and forth until the waters were dried up from the earth. Genesis 8 verse 8. He sent out a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from the surface of the ground. Genesis 8 verse 9. But the dove found no place to rest her foot, and she returned to him into the ship, for the waters were on the surface of the whole earth. He put out his hand and took her and brought her to him into the ship. Genesis 8 verse 10. He stayed yet another 7 days, and again he sent the dove out of the ship. Genesis 8 verse 11. The dove came back to him at evening, and behold, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from the earth. Genesis 8 verse 12. He stayed yet another 7 days and sent out the dove, and she didn't return to him anymore. Genesis 8 verse 13. It happened in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from the earth. Noah removed the covering of the ship and looked. He saw that the surface of the ground was dried. Genesis 8 verse 14. In the 2nd month, On the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. Genesis 8, verse 15, God spoke to Noah, saying, Genesis 8, verse 16, Go out of the ship, you and your wife and your sons' wives with you. Genesis 8, verse 17, Bring out with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, including birds, livestock, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. Genesis 8, verse 18, Noah went out with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Genesis 8, verse 19, Every animal, every creeping thing, and every bird, whatever moves on the earth after their families, went out of the ship. Genesis 8, verse 20, Noah built an altar to Yahweh and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird and offered burnt offerings on the altar. Genesis 8, verse 21, Yahweh smelled the pleasant aroma. Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, because the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I ever again strike everything living, as I have done. Genesis 8, verse 22, While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Genesis 9, verse 1, God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. Genesis 9, verse 2, The fear of you and the dread of you will be on every animal of the earth, and on every bird of the sky, everything that the ground teems with, and all the fish of the sea are delivered into your hand. Genesis 9, verse 3, Every moving thing that lives will be food for you. As the green herb I have given everything to you. Genesis 9, verse 4, But flesh with its life, its blood you shall not eat. Genesis 9, verse 5, I will surely require your blood of your lives. At the hand of every animal I will require it. At the hand of man, even at the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of man. Genesis 9, verse 6, Whoever sheds man's blood, his blood will be shed by man, for God made man in his own image. Genesis 9, verse 7, Be fruitful and multiply. Increase abundantly in the earth, and multiply in it. Genesis 9, verse 8, God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, Genesis 9, verse 9, As for me, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your offspring after you. Genesis 9, verse 10, And with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the livestock, and every animal of the earth with you, of all that go out of the ship, even every animal of the earth. Genesis 9, verse 11, I will establish my covenant with you. All flesh will not be cut off any more by the waters of the flood, neither will there ever again be a flood to destroy the earth. Genesis 9, verse 12, God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. Genesis 9, verse 13, I set my rainbow in the cloud, and it will be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. Genesis 9, verse 14, It will happen when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the rainbow will be seen in the cloud. Genesis 9, verse 15, And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters will no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Genesis 9, verse 16, The rainbow will be in the cloud. I will look at it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Genesis 9, verse 17, God said to Noah, "This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth." Genesis 9, verse 18, the sons of Noah who went out from the ship were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham is the father of Canaan. Genesis 9, verse 19, these three were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was populated. Genesis 9, verse 20, Noah began to be a farmer and planted a vineyard. Genesis 9, verse 21, he drank of the wine and got drunk. He was uncovered within his tent. Genesis 9, verse 22, Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. Genesis 9, verse 23, Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it on both their shoulders, went in backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were backwards, and they didn't see their father's nakedness. Genesis 9, verse 24, Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him. Genesis 9, verse 25, he said, "Canaan is cursed. He will be servant of servants to his brothers." Genesis 9, verse 26, he said, "Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Shem. Let Canaan be his servant." Genesis 9, verse 27, may God enlarge Japheth. Let him dwell in the tents of Shem. Let Canaan be his servant. Genesis 9, verse 28, Noah lived 350 years after the flood. Genesis 9, verse 29, all the days of Noah were 950 years, then he died. Genesis 10, verse 1, now this is the history of the generations of the sons of Noah and of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Sons were born to them after the flood. Genesis 10, verse 2, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. Genesis 10, verse 3, the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. Genesis 10, verse 4, the sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Genesis 10, verse 5, of these were the islands of the nations divided in their lands, every one after his language, after their families in their nations. Genesis 10, verse 6, the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Genesis 10, verse 7, the sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Sabteka. The sons of Rama, Sheba, and Dedan. Genesis 10, verse 8, Cush became the father of Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. Genesis 10, verse 9, he was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Genesis 10, verse 10, the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Genesis 10, verse 11, out of that land he went into Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehoboth Kala. Genesis 10, verse 12, and Rezin between Nineveh and Kala, the same is the great city. Genesis 10, verse 13, Mizraim became the father of Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Naphtuhim. Genesis 10, verse 14, Pathrusim, Casluhim, which the Philistines descended from, and Caphdorim. Genesis 10, verse 15, Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, Heth. Genesis 10, verse 16, the Jebusite, the Amorite, the Girgashite. Genesis 10, verse 17, the Hivite, the Archite, the Sinite. Genesis 10, verse 18, the Arvadite, the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. Afterward, the families of the Canaanites were spread abroad. Genesis 10, verse 19. The border of the Canaanites was from Sidon as you go toward Gerar to Gaza, as you go toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim to Lasha. Genesis 10, verse 20. These are the sons of Ham after their families, after their languages, in their lands, in their nations. Genesis 10, verse 21, to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber, the elder brother of Japheth. To him also were children born. Genesis 10, verse 22, the sons of Shem: Elam, Asher, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. Genesis 10, verse 23, the sons of Aram: Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Genesis 10, verse 24, Arpachshad became the father of Shelah. Shelah became the father of Eber. Genesis 10, verse 25, to Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. His brother's name was Joktan. Genesis 10, verse 26, Joktan became the father of Almadad, Sheleph, Hazar Maveth, Jerah. Genesis 10, verse 27, Hadoram, Uzal, Diklah. Genesis 10, verse 28, Obal, Abimael, Sheba. Genesis 10, verse 29, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Genesis 10, verse 30, their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go toward Sephar, the mountain of the east. Genesis 10, verse 31, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their languages, in their lands, after their nations. Genesis 10, verse 32, these are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. Of these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11, verse 1, the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. Genesis 11, verse 2, it happened as they traveled east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they lived there. Genesis 11, verse 3, they said one to another, Come, let's make bricks and burn them thoroughly. They had brick for stone, and they used tar for mortar. Genesis 11, verse 4, they said, Come, let's build ourselves a city and a tower whose top reaches to the sky, and let's make ourselves a name, lest we be scattered abroad on the surface of the whole earth. Genesis 11, verse 5, Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men built. Genesis 11, verse 6, Yahweh said, Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, and this is what they begin to do. Now nothing will be withheld from them, which they intend to do. Genesis 11, verse 7, Come, let's go down and there confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. Genesis 11, verse 8, So Yahweh scattered them abroad from there on the surface of all the earth. They stopped building the city. Genesis 11, verse 9, Therefore its name was called Babel, because there Yahweh confused the language of all the earth. From there, Yahweh scattered them abroad on the surface of all the earth. Genesis 11, verse 10, This is the history of the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and became the father of Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. Genesis 11, verse 11, Shem lived 500 years after he became the father of Arpachshad, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 12, Arpachshad lived 35 years and became the father of Shelah. Genesis 11, verse 13, Arpachshad lived 403 years after he became the father of Shelah, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 14, Shelah lived 30 years and became the father of Eber. Genesis 11, verse 15, and Shelah lived 403 years after he became the father of Eber, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 16, Eber lived 34 years and became the father of Peleg. Genesis 11, verse 17, Eber lived 430 years after he became the father of Peleg, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 18, Peleg lived 30 years and became the father of Reu. Genesis 11, verse 19, Peleg lived 209 years after he became the father of Reu, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 20, Reu lived 32 years and became the father of Serug. Genesis 11, verse 21, Reu lived 207 years after he became the father of Serug, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 22, Serug lived 30 years and became the father of Nahor. Genesis 11, verse 23, Serug lived 200 years after he became the father of Nahor, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 24, Nahor lived 29 years and became the father of Terah. Genesis 11, verse 25, Nahor lived 119 years after he became the father of Terah, and became the father of sons and daughters. Genesis 11, verse 26, Terah lived 70 years and became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Genesis 11, verse 27, Now this is the history of the generations of Terah. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Haran became the father of Lot. Genesis 11, verse 28, Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldees. Genesis 11, verse 29, Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, who was also the father of Iscah. Genesis 11, verse 30, Sarai was barren. She had no child. Genesis 11, verse 31, Terah took Abram his son, Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. They went from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. They came to Haran and lived there. Genesis 11, verse 32, The days of Terah were 205 years. Terah died in Haran. Genesis 12, verse 1, Now Yahweh said to Abram, Get out of your country and from your relatives and from your father's house, to the land that I will show you. Genesis 12, verse 2, I will make of you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great. You will be a blessing. Genesis 12, verse 3, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. All of the families of the earth will be blessed in you. Genesis 12, verse 4, So Abram went, as Yahweh had spoken to him. Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. Genesis 12, verse 5, Abram took Sarai his wife, Lot his brother's son, all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls whom they had gotten in Haran, and they went to go into the land of Canaan. Into the land of Canaan they came. Genesis 12, verse 6, Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. The Canaanite was then in the land. Genesis 12, verse 7, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said, I will give this land to your seed. He built an altar there to Yahweh who appeared to him. Genesis 12, verse 8. He left from there to the mountain on the east of Bethel and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to Yahweh and called on the name of Yahweh. Genesis 12, verse 9. Abram traveled, going on still toward the south. Genesis 12, verse 10. There was a famine in the land. Abram went down into Egypt to live as a foreigner there, for the famine was severe in the land. Genesis 12, verse 11. It happened when he had come near to enter Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife, "See now, I know that you are a beautiful woman to look at." Genesis 12, verse 12. It will happen when the Egyptians will see you that they will say, "This is his wife." They will kill me, but they will save you alive. Genesis 12, verse 13. Please say that you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and that my soul may live because of you. Genesis 12, verse 14. It happened that when Abram had come into Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very beautiful. Genesis 12, verse 15. The princes of Pharaoh saw her and praised her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Genesis 12, verse 16. He dealt well with Abram for her sake. He had sheep, cattle, male donkeys, male servants, female donkeys, and camels. Genesis 12, verse 17. Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. Genesis 12, verse 18. Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this that you have done to me? Why didn't you tell me that she was your wife?" Genesis 12, verse 19. Why did you say, "She is my sister," so that I took her to be my wife? Now therefore, see your wife, take her and go your way. Genesis 12, verse 20. Pharaoh commanded men concerning him, and they brought him on the way with his wife and all that he had. Genesis 13, verse 1. Abram went up out of Egypt, he, his wife, all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. Genesis 13, verse 2. Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver, and in gold. Genesis 13, verse 3. He went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai. Genesis 13, verse 4, to the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. There Abram called on the name of Yahweh. Genesis 13, verse 5. Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Genesis 13, verse 6. The land was not able to bear them, that they might live together, for their substance was great, so that they could not live together. Genesis 13, verse 7. There was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite lived in the land at that time. Genesis 13, verse 8. Abram said to Lot, "Please, let there be no strife between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are relatives." Genesis 13, verse 9. Isn't the whole land before you? Please separate yourself from me. If you go to the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you go to the right hand, then I will go to the left. Genesis 13, verse 10. Lot lifted up his eyes and saw all the plain of the Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere. Before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Egypt, as you go to Zor. Genesis 13, verse 11. So Lot chose the plain of the Jordan for himself. Lot traveled east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Genesis 13, verse 12. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, and Lot lived in the cities of the plain and moved his tent as far as Sodom. Genesis 13, verse 13. Now the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinners against Yahweh. Genesis 13, verse 14. Yahweh said to Abram after Lot was separated from him, "Now lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward." Genesis 13, verse 15. For all the land which you see I will give to you and to your offspring forever. Genesis 13, verse 16. I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then your seed may also be numbered. Genesis 13, verse 17. Arise, walk through the land in its length and in its breadth, for I will give it to you. Genesis 13, verse 18. Abram moved his tent and came and lived by the oaks of Mamre which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to Yahweh. Genesis 14, verse 1. It happened in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. Genesis 14, verse 2, that they made war with Berah, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zebim, and the king of Bela. The same is Zor. Genesis 14, verse 3. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim. The same is the Salt Sea. Genesis 14, verse 4. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. Genesis 14, verse 5. In the 14th year Chedorlaomer came, and the kings who were with him, and struck the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kiriathaim. Genesis 14, verse 6. And the Horites in their Mount Seir to Elparan, which is by the wilderness. Genesis 14, verse 7. They returned and came to En-Mishpat, the same is Kadesh, and struck all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that lived in Hazazon Tamar. Genesis 14, verse 8. The king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zebim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zor, went out, and they set the battle in array against them in the valley of Siddim. Genesis 14, verse 9. Against Chedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of Goyim, and Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar. 4 kings against the 5. Genesis 14, verse 10. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and they fell there, and those who remained fled to the hills. Genesis 14, verse 11. They took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food and went their way. Genesis 14, verse 12. They took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who lived in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Genesis 14, verse 13. One who had escaped came and told Abram the Hebrew. Now he lived by the oaks of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and these were allies of Abram. Genesis 14, verse 14. When Abram heard that his relative was taken captive, he led out his trained men, born in his house, 318, and pursued as far as Dan. Genesis 14, verse 15. He divided himself against them by night, he and his servants, and struck them, and pursued them to Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. Genesis 14, verse 16. He brought back all the goods, and also brought back his relative, Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. Genesis 14, verse 17. The king of Sodom went out to meet him, after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him, at the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. Genesis 14, verse 18. Melchizedek king of Salem brought out bread and wine, and he was priest of God Most High. Genesis 14, verse 19. He blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Genesis 14, verse 20. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. Abram gave him a tenth of all. Genesis 14, verse 21. The king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the people and take the goods to yourself. Genesis 14, verse 22. Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand to Yahweh, God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Genesis 14, verse 23. That I will not take a thread nor a sandal strap nor anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. Genesis 14, verse 24. I will accept nothing from you except that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Genesis 15, verse 1. After these things the word of Yahweh came to Abram in a vision, saying, Don't be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Genesis 15, verse 2. Abram said, Lord Yahweh, what will you give me since I go childless? And he who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus. Genesis 15, verse 3. Abram said, Behold, to me you have given no seed, and behold, one born in my house is my heir. Genesis 15, verse 4. Behold, the word of Yahweh came to him, saying, This man will not be your heir, but he who will come out of your own body will be your heir. Genesis 15, verse 5. Yahweh brought him outside and said, Look now toward the sky and count the stars, if you are able to count them. He said to Abram, So shall your seed be. Genesis 15, verse 6. He believed in Yahweh, and he reckoned it to him for righteousness. Genesis 15, verse 7. He said to him, I am Yahweh who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldees to give you this land to inherit it. Genesis 15, verse 8. He said, Lord Yahweh, how will I know that I will inherit it? Genesis 15, verse 9. He said to him, Bring me a heifer 3 years old, a female goat 3 years old, a ram 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. Genesis 15, verse 10. He brought him all of these, and divided them in the middle, and laid each half opposite the other. But he didn't divide the birds. Genesis 15, verse 11. The birds of prey came down on the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. Genesis 15, verse 12. When the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram. Now terror and great darkness fell on him. Genesis 15, verse 13. He said to Abram, Know for sure that your seed will live as foreigners in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them. They will afflict them 400 years. Genesis 15, verse 14. I will also judge that nation whom they will serve. Afterward they will come out with great wealth. Genesis 15, verse 15. But you will go to your fathers in peace. You will be buried in a good old age. Genesis 15, verse 16. In the 4th generation they will come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorite is not yet full. Genesis 15, verse 17. It came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a flaming torch passed between these pieces. Genesis 15, verse 18. In that day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your seed I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. Genesis 15, verse 19, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites. Genesis 15, verse 20, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim. Genesis 15, verse 21, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Genesis 16, verse 1, Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children. She had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. Genesis 16, verse 2, Sarai said to Abram, See now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing. Please go into my handmaid. It may be that I will obtain children by her. Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. Genesis 16, verse 3, Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar the Egyptian, her handmaid, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to Abram her husband to be his wife. Genesis 16, verse 4, He went into Hagar and she conceived. When she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Genesis 16, verse 5, Sarai said to Abram, This wrong is your fault. I gave my handmaid into your bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judge between me and you. Genesis 16, verse 6. But Abram said to Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her whatever is good in your eyes. Sarai dealt harshly with her, and she fled from her face. Genesis 16, verse 7. The angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. Genesis 16, verse 8, he said, Hagar, Sarai's handmaid, where did you come from? Where are you going? She said, I am fleeing from the face of my mistress Sarai. Genesis 16, verse 9. The angel of Yahweh said to her, Return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hands. Genesis 16, verse 10. The angel of Yahweh said to her, I will greatly multiply your seed, that they will not be numbered for multitude. Genesis 16, verse 11. The angel of Yahweh said to her, Behold, you are with child, and will bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. Genesis 16, verse 12. He will be like a wild donkey among men. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. He will live opposite all of his brothers. Genesis 16, verse 13. She called the name of Yahweh who spoke to her. You are a God who sees, for she said, Have I even stayed alive after seeing him? Genesis 16, verse 14. Therefore the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bird. Genesis 16, verse 15. Hagar bore a son for Abram. Abram called the name of his son, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. Genesis 16, verse 16. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Genesis 17, verse 1. When Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said to him, I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. Genesis 17, verse 2. I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. Genesis 17, verse 3. Abram fell on his face. God talked with him, saying, Genesis 17, verse 4. As for me, behold, my covenant is with you. You will be the father of a multitude of nations. Genesis 17, verse 5. Neither will your name any more be called Abram, but your name will be Abraham. For I have made you the father of a multitude of nations. Genesis 17, verse 6. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you. Kings will come out of you. Genesis 17, verse 7. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you throughout their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God to you and to your seed after you. Genesis 17, verse 8. I will give to you and to your seed after you the land where you are traveling, all the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. I will be their God. Genesis 17, verse 9. God said to Abraham, As for you, you will keep my covenant, you and your seed after you throughout their generations. Genesis 17, verse 10. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and your seed after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised. Genesis 17, verse 11. You shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin. It will be a token of the covenant between me and you. Genesis 17, verse 12. He who is 8 days old will be circumcised among you, every male throughout your generations. He who is born in the house, or bought with money from any foreigner who is not of your seed. Genesis 17, verse 13. He who is born in your house, and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised. My covenant will be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. Genesis 17, verse 14. The uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Genesis 17, verse 15. God said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but her name will be Sarah. Genesis 17, verse 16. I will bless her, and moreover I will give you a son by her. Yes, I will bless her, and she will be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Genesis 17, verse 17. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, Will a child be born to him who is 100 years old? Will Sarah, who is 90 years old, give birth? Genesis 17, verse 18. Abraham said to God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. Genesis 17, verse 19. God said, No, but Sarah your wife will bear you a son. You shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant for his seed after him. Genesis 17, verse 20. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. He will become the father of 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. Genesis 17, verse 21. But my covenant I establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you at this set time next year. Genesis 17, verse 22. When he finished talking with him, God went up from Abraham. Genesis 17, verse 23. Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the same day, as God had said to him. Genesis 17, verse 24. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Genesis 17, verse 25. Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Genesis 17, verse 26. In the same day both Abraham and Ishmael, his son, were circumcised. Genesis 17, verse 27. All the men of his house, those born in the house and those bought with money of a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Genesis 18, verse 1. Yahweh appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre, as he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. Genesis 18, verse 2. He lifted up his eyes and looked, and saw that 3 men stood opposite him. When he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself to the earth. Genesis 18, verse 3, and said, "My Lord, if now I have found favor in your sight, please don't go away from your servant." Genesis 18, verse 4. Now let a little water be fetched, wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree. Genesis 18, verse 5. I will get a morsel of bread so you can refresh your heart. After that you may go your way, now that you have come to your servant. They said, "Very well, do as you have said." Genesis 18, verse 6. Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, "Quickly prepare 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes." Genesis 18, verse 7. Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a tender and good calf and gave it to the servant. He hurried to dress it. Genesis 18, verse 8. He took butter, milk, and the calf which he had dressed and set it before them. He stood by them under the tree and they ate. Genesis 18, verse 9. They asked him, "Where is Sarah, your wife?" He said, "See, in the tent." Genesis 18, verse 10. He said, "I will certainly return to you when the season comes round. Behold, Sarah your wife will have a son." Sarah heard in the tent door which was behind him. Genesis 18, verse 11. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age. Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Genesis 18, verse 12. Sarah laughed within herself, saying, "After I have grown old will I have pleasure, my Lord being old also." Genesis 18, verse 13. Yahweh said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh, saying, 'Will I really bear a child, yet I am old?'" Genesis 18, verse 14. Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the set time I will return to you, when the season comes round, and Sarah will have a son. Genesis 18, verse 15. Then Sarah denied, saying, "I didn't laugh," for she was afraid. He said, "No, but you did laugh." Genesis 18, verse 16. The men rose up from there and looked toward Sodom. Abraham went with them to see them on their way. Genesis 18, verse 17. Yahweh said, "Will I hide from Abraham what I do?" Genesis 18, verse 18. Since Abraham has surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth will be blessed in him. Genesis 18, verse 19. For I have known him, to the end that he may command his children and his household after him, that they may keep the way of Yahweh, to do righteousness and justice, to the end that Yahweh may bring on Abraham that which he has spoken of him. Genesis 18, verse 20. Yahweh said, "Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous." Genesis 18, verse 21. I will go down now and see whether their deeds are as bad as the reports which have come to me. If not, I will know. Genesis 18, verse 22. The men turned from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. Genesis 18, verse 23. Abraham drew near and said, "Will you consume the righteous with the wicked?" Genesis 18, verse 24. What if there are 50 righteous within the city? Will you consume and not spare the place for the 50 righteous who are in it? Genesis 18, verse 25. Be it far from you to do things like that, to kill the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be like the wicked. May that be far from you. Shouldn't the judge of all the earth do right? Genesis 18, verse 26. Yahweh said, "If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sake." Genesis 18, verse 27. Abraham answered, "See now, I have taken it on myself to speak to the Lord, who am but dust and ashes." Genesis 18, verse 28. What if there will lack 5 of the 50 righteous? Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5? He said, "I will not destroy it if I find 45 there." Genesis 18, verse 29. He spoke to him yet again and said, "What if there are 40 found there?" He said, "I will not do it for the 40's sake." Genesis 18, verse 30, he said, "Oh, don't let the Lord be angry, and I will speak. What if there are 30 found there?" He said, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Genesis 18, verse 31, he said, "See now, I have taken it on myself to speak to the Lord. What if there are 20 found there?" He said, "I will not destroy it for the 20's sake." Genesis 18, verse 32, he said, "Oh, don't let the Lord be angry, and I will speak just once more. What if 10 are found there?" He said, "I will not destroy it for the 10's sake." Genesis 18, verse 33. Yahweh went his way as soon as he had finished communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Genesis 19, verse 1. The 2 angels came to Sodom at evening. Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. Lot saw them and rose up to meet them. He bowed himself with his face to the earth. Genesis 19, verse 2, and he said, "See now, my lords, please turn aside into your servant's house. Stay all night, wash your feet, and you can rise up early and go on your way." They said, "No, but we will stay in the street all night." Genesis 19, verse 3. He urged them greatly, and they came in with him and entered into his house. He made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Genesis 19, verse 4. But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, surrounded the house, both young and old, all the people from every quarter. Genesis 19, verse 5. They called to Lot and said to him, "Where are the men who came into you this night? Bring them out to us that we may have sex with them." Genesis 19, verse 6. Lot went out to them to the door and shut the door after him. Genesis 19, verse 7, he said, "Please, my brothers, don't act so wickedly." Genesis 19, verse 8, see now, I have 2 virgin daughters. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them what seems good to you. Only don't do anything to these men, because they have come under the shadow of my roof. Genesis 19, verse 9, they said, "Stand back." Then they said, "This one fellow came in to live as a foreigner, and he appoints himself a judge. Now will we deal worse with you than with them?" They pressed hard on the man Lot and drew near to break the door. Genesis 19, verse 10. But the men reached out their hand and brought Lot into the house to them and shut the door. Genesis 19, verse 11. They struck the men who were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. Genesis 19, verse 12. The men said to Lot, "Do you have anybody else here? Sons-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whoever you have in the city, bring them out of the place." Genesis 19, verse 13. "For we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before Yahweh, that Yahweh has sent us to destroy it." Genesis 19, verse 14. Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters, and said, "Get up, get out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy the city." But he seemed to his sons-in-law to be joking. Genesis 19, verse 15. When the morning came, then the angels hurried Lot, saying, "Get up, take your wife, and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city." Genesis 19, verse 16. But he lingered. And the men grabbed his hand, his wife's hand, and his 2 daughters' hands, Yahweh being merciful to him. And they took him out and set him outside of the city. Genesis 19, verse 17. It came to pass when they had taken them out that he said, "Escape for your life. Don't look behind you, and don't stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be consumed." Genesis 19, verse 18. Lot said to them, "Oh, not so, my lord." Genesis 19, verse 19. "See now, your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have magnified your loving kindness, which you have shown to me in saving my life. I can't escape to the mountain, lest evil overtake me and I die." Genesis 19, verse 20. "See now, this city is near to flee to, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape there, isn't it a little one? And my soul will live." Genesis 19, verse 21. He said to him, "Behold, I have granted your request concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken." Genesis 19, verse 22. "Hurry, escape there, for I can't do anything until you get there." Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. Genesis 19, verse 23. The sun had risen on the earth when Lot came to Zor. Genesis 19, verse 24. Then Yahweh rained on Sodom and on Gomorrah sulfur and fire from Yahweh out of the sky. Genesis 19, verse 25. He overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew on the ground. Genesis 19, verse 26. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. Genesis 19, verse 27. Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he had stood before Yahweh. Genesis 19, verse 28. He looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and looked, and saw that the smoke of the land went up as the smoke of a furnace. Genesis 19, verse 29. It happened, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the middle of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot lived. Genesis 19, verse 30. Lot went up out of Zor, and lived in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he was afraid to live in Zor. He lived in a cave with his 2 daughters. Genesis 19, verse 31. The firstborn said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come into us in the way of all the earth." Genesis 19, verse 32. "Come, let's make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve our father's seed." Genesis 19, verse 33. They made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. He didn't know when she lay down, nor when she arose. Genesis 19, verse 34. It came to pass on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger, Behold, I lay last night with my father. Let us make him drink wine again tonight. You go in and lie with him, that we may preserve our father's seed. Genesis 19, verse 35. They made their father drink wine that night also. The younger went and lay with him. He didn't know when she lay down, nor when she got up. Genesis 19, verse 36. Thus both of Lot's daughters were with child by their father. Genesis 19, verse 37. The firstborn bore a son and named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. Genesis 19, verse 38. The younger also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. He is the father of the children of Ammon to this day. Genesis 20, verse 1. Abraham traveled from there toward the land of the south and lived between Kadesh and Shur. He lived as a foreigner in Gerar. Genesis 20, verse 2. Abraham said about Sarah his wife, She is my sister. Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. Genesis 20, verse 3. But God came to Abimelech in a dream of the night and said to him, Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife. Genesis 20, verse 4. Now Abimelech had not come near her. He said, Lord, will you kill even a righteous nation? Genesis 20, verse 5. Didn't he tell me, She is my sister? She, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands have I done this. Genesis 20, verse 6. God said to him in the dream, Yes, I know that in the integrity of your heart you have done this, and I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore I didn't allow you to touch her. Genesis 20, verse 7. Now therefore restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet and he will pray for you, and you will live. If you don't restore her, know for sure that you will die, you and all who are yours. Genesis 20, verse 8. Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ear. The men were very scared. Genesis 20, verse 9. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, What have you done to us? How have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done. Genesis 20, verse 10. Abimelech said to Abraham, What did you see that you have done this thing? Genesis 20, verse 11. Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place. They will kill me for my wife's sake. Genesis 20, verse 12. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Genesis 20, verse 13. It happened, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, This is your kindness which you shall show to me. Everywhere that we go, say of me, He is my brother. Genesis 20, verse 14. Abimelech took sheep and cattle, male servants and female servants, and gave them to Abraham and restored Sarah his wife to him. Genesis 20, verse 15. Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. Genesis 20, verse 16. To Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, it is for you a covering of the eyes to all that are with you. In front of all you are vindicated. Genesis 20, verse 17. Abraham prayed to God. God healed Abimelech and his wife and his female servants, and they bore children. Genesis 20, verse 18. For Yahweh had closed up tight all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Genesis 21, verse 1. Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did to Sarah as he had spoken. Genesis 21, verse 2. Sarah conceived, and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. Genesis 21, verse 3. Abraham called his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Isaac. Genesis 21, verse 4. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Genesis 21, verse 5. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Genesis 21, verse 6. Sarah said, God has made me laugh. Everyone who hears will laugh with me. Genesis 21, verse 7. She said, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? For I have borne him a son in his old age. Genesis 21, verse 8. The child grew and was weaned. Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. Genesis 21, verse 9. Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, mocking. Genesis 21, verse 10. Therefore she said to Abraham, cast out this handmaid and her son, for the son of this handmaid will not be heir with my son, Isaac. Genesis 21, verse 11. The thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight on account of his son. Genesis 21, verse 12. God said to Abraham, don't let it be grievous in your sight because of the boy and because of your handmaid. In all that Sarah says to you, listen to her voice. For from Isaac will your seed be called. Genesis 21, verse 13. I will also make a nation of the son of the handmaid, because he is your seed. Genesis 21, verse 14. Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and gave her the child and sent her away. She departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. Genesis 21, verse 15. The water in the bottle was spent, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. Genesis 21, verse 16. She went and sat down opposite him, a good way off, about a bow shot away. For she said, don't let me see the death of the child. She sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. Genesis 21, verse 17. God heard the voice of the boy. The angel of God called to Hagar out of the sky and said to her, what ails you, Hagar? Don't be afraid, for God has heard the voice of the boy where he is. Genesis 21, verse 18. Get up, lift up the boy and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. Genesis 21, verse 19. God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. She went, filled the bottle with water, and gave the boy drink. Genesis 21, verse 20. God was with the boy, and he grew. He lived in the wilderness, and became, as he grew up, an archer. Genesis 21, verse 21. He lived in the wilderness of Paran. His mother took a wife for him out of the land of Egypt. Genesis 21, verse 22. It happened at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the captain of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, God is with you in all that you do. Genesis 21, verse 23. Now therefore, Swear to me here by God that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done to you, you shall do to me, and to the land in which you have lived as a foreigner. Genesis 21 verse 24, Abraham said, I will swear. Genesis 21 verse 25. Abraham complained to Abimelech because of a water well, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. Genesis 21 verse 26, Abimelech said, I don't know who has done this thing. You didn't tell me, neither did I hear of it until today. Genesis 21 verse 27, Abraham took sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech. Those two made a covenant. Genesis 21 verse 28, Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Genesis 21 verse 29, Abimelech said to Abraham, What do these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves mean? Genesis 21 verse 30, he said, You shall take these 7 ewe lambs from my hand, that it may be a witness to me that I have dug this well. Genesis 21 verse 31. Therefore he called that place Beersheba, because they both swore there. Genesis 21 verse 32. So they made a covenant at Beersheba. Abimelech rose up with Phicol, the captain of his army, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. Genesis 21 verse 33. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and called there on the name of Yahweh, the everlasting God. Genesis 21 verse 34. Abraham lived as a foreigner in the land of the Philistines many days. Genesis 22 verse 1. It happened after these things that God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham, he said, Here I am. Genesis 22 verse 2, he said, Now take your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac, and go into the land of Moriah. Offer him there for a burnt offering on one of the mountains which I will tell you of. Genesis 22 verse 3. Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son. He split the wood for the burnt offering and rose up, and went to the place of which God had told him. Genesis 22 verse 4. On the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place far off. Genesis 22 verse 5. Abraham said to his young men, Stay here with the donkey. The boy and I will go yonder. We will worship and come back to you. Genesis 22 verse 6. Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. He took in his hand the fire and the knife. They both went together. Genesis 22 verse 7. Isaac spoke to Abraham his father and said, My father, he said, Here I am, my son. He said, Here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? Genesis 22 verse 8. Abraham said, God will provide himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. So they both went together. Genesis 22 verse 9. They came to the place which God had told him of. Abraham built the altar there and laid the wood in order, bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar on the wood. Genesis 22 verse 10. Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to kill his son. Genesis 22 verse 11. The angel of Yahweh called to him out of the sky and said, Abraham, Abraham. He said, Here I am. Genesis 22 verse 12. He said, Don't lay your hand on the boy, neither do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son from me. Genesis 22, verse 13. Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and saw that behind him was a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son. Genesis 22, verse 14. Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh will provide. As it is said to this day, on Yahweh's mountain it will be provided. Genesis 22, verse 15. The angel of Yahweh called to Abraham a second time out of the sky. Genesis 22, verse 16, and said, I have sworn by myself, says Yahweh, because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your only son. Genesis 22, verse 17, that I will bless you greatly, and I will multiply your seed greatly like the stars of the heavens, and like the sand which is on the seashore. Your seed will possess the gate of his enemies. Genesis 22, verse 18. In your seed will all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. Genesis 22, verse 19. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. Abraham lived at Beersheba. Genesis 22, verse 20. It happened after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold Milcah, she also has borne children to your brother Nahor. Genesis 22, verse 21. Uz his firstborn, Buz his brother, Kemuel the father of Aram. Genesis 22, verse 22. Hesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Genesis 22, verse 23. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. Genesis 22, verse 24. His concubine, whose name was Reumah, also bore Tebah, Gaham, Tahash, and Maachah. Genesis 23, verse 1. Sarah lived 127 years. This was the length of Sarah's life. Genesis 23, verse 2. Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, the same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Genesis 23, verse 3. Abraham rose up from before his dead and spoke to the children of Heth, saying, Genesis 23, verse 4. I am a stranger and a foreigner living with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Genesis 23, verse 5. The children of Heth answered Abraham, saying to him, Genesis 23, verse 6. Hear us, my Lord. You are a prince of God among us. Bury your dead in the best of our tombs. None of us will withhold from you his tomb. Bury your dead. Genesis 23, verse 7. Abraham rose up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. Genesis 23, verse 8. He talked with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar. Genesis 23, verse 9. That he may give me the cave of Machpelah which he has, which is in the end of his field. For the full price, let him give it to me among you, for a possession of a burying place. Genesis 23, verse 10. Now Ephron was sitting in the middle of the children of Heth. Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the hearing of the children of Heth, even of all who went in at the gate of his city, saying, Genesis 23, verse 11, No, my Lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the presence of the children of my people I give it to you. Bury your dead. Genesis 23, verse 12. Abraham bowed himself down before the people of the land. Genesis 23, verse 13. He spoke to Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, "But if you will, please hear me. I will give the price of the field. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there." Genesis 23, verse 14. Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, Genesis 23, verse 15, "My Lord, listen to me. What is a piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver between me and you? Therefore bury your dead." Genesis 23, verse 16. Abraham listened to Ephron. Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver which he had named in the audience of the children of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, according to the current merchant standard. Genesis 23, verse 17. So the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, the cave which was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all of its borders, were deeded. Genesis 23, verse 18. To Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all who went in at the gate of his city. Genesis 23, verse 19. After this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Genesis 23, verse 20. The field, and the cave that is in it, were deeded to Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the children of Heth. Genesis 24, verse 1. Abraham was old and well stricken in age. Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. Genesis 24, verse 2. Abraham said to his servant, the elder of his house, who ruled over all that he had, "Please put your hand under my thigh." Genesis 24, verse 3. I will make you swear by Yahweh, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you shall not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I live. Genesis 24, verse 4. But you shall go to my country and to my relatives, and take a wife for my son Isaac. Genesis 24, verse 5. The servant said to him, "What if the woman isn't willing to follow me to this land? Must I bring your son again to the land you came from?" Genesis 24, verse 6. Abraham said to him, "Beware that you don't bring my son there again." Genesis 24, verse 7. Yahweh, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house, and from the land of my birth, who spoke to me and who swore to me, saying, "I will give this land to your seed. He will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there." Genesis 24, verse 8. If the woman isn't willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only you shall not bring my son there again. Genesis 24, verse 9. The servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning this matter. Genesis 24, verse 10. The servant took 10 camels of his master's camels, and departed, having a variety of good things of his master's with him. He arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. Genesis 24, verse 11. He made the camels kneel down outside the city by the well of water at the time of evening, the time that women go out to draw water. Genesis 24, verse 12, he said, "Yahweh, the God of my master Abraham, please give me success this day, and show kindness to my master Abraham." Genesis 24, verse 13. Behold, I am standing by the spring of water. The daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Genesis 24, verse 14. Let it happen that the young lady to whom I will say, please let down your pitcher that I may drink. And she will say, drink, and I will also give your camels a drink. Let her be the one you have appointed for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Genesis 24, verse 15. It happened before he had finished speaking that, behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher on her shoulder. Genesis 24, verse 16. The young lady was very beautiful to look at. A virgin, neither had any man known her. She went down to the spring, filled her pitcher, and came up. Genesis 24, verse 17. The servant ran to meet her and said, please give me a drink, a little water from your pitcher. Genesis 24, verse 18, she said, drink, my lord. She hurried and let down her pitcher on her hand and gave him drink. Genesis 24, verse 19. When she had done giving him drink, she said, I will also draw for your camels until they have done drinking. Genesis 24, verse 20, she hurried, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again to the well to draw, and drew for all his camels. Genesis 24, verse 21. The man looked steadfastly at her, remaining silent to know whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. Genesis 24, verse 22. It happened, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden ring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold. Genesis 24, verse 23, and said, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in? Genesis 24, verse 24, she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. Genesis 24, verse 25, she said moreover to him, we have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. Genesis 24, verse 26, the man bowed his head and worshipped Yahweh. Genesis 24, verse 27, he said, blessed be Yahweh, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his loving kindness and his truth toward my master. As for me, Yahweh has led me in the way to the house of my master's relatives. Genesis 24, verse 28, the young lady ran and told her mother's house about these words. Genesis 24, verse 29, Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. Laban ran out to the man to the spring. Genesis 24, verse 30, it happened when he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, this is what the man said to me, that he came to the man. Behold, he was standing by the camels at the spring. Genesis 24, verse 31, he said, come in, you blessed of Yahweh. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. Genesis 24, verse 32. The man came into the house, and he unloaded the camels. He gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. Genesis 24, verse 33, food was set before him to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told my message. He said, speak on. Genesis 24, verse 34, he said, I am Abraham's servant. Genesis 24, verse 35, Yahweh has blessed my master greatly. He has become great. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male servants and female servants and camels and donkeys. Genesis 24, verse 36, Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old. He has given all that he has to him. Genesis 24, verse 37, my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live. Genesis 24, verse 38, But you shall go to my father's house, and to my relatives, and take a wife for my son. Genesis 24, verse 39, I asked my master, What if the woman will not follow me? Genesis 24, verse 40, he said to me, Yahweh, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you and prosper your way. You shall take a wife for my son of my relatives and of my father's house. Genesis 24, verse 41, Then will you be clear from my oath when you come to my relatives. If they don't give her to you, you shall be clear from my oath. Genesis 24, verse 42, I came this day to the spring and said, Yahweh, the God of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go. Genesis 24, verse 43, Behold, I am standing by this spring of water. Let it happen that the maiden who comes out to draw, to whom I will say, Please give me a little water from your pitcher to drink. Genesis 24, verse 44, And she will tell me, Drink, and I will also draw for your camels. Let her be the woman whom Yahweh has appointed for my master's son. Genesis 24, verse 45. Before I had finished speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came out with her pitcher on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew. I said to her, Please let me drink. Genesis 24, verse 46. She hurried and let down her pitcher from her shoulder and said, Drink, and I will also give your camels a drink. So I drank, and she also gave the camels a drink. Genesis 24, verse 47, I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? She said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. I put the ring on her nose and the bracelets on her hands. Genesis 24, verse 48. I bowed my head and worshipped Yahweh and blessed Yahweh, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter for his son. Genesis 24, verse 49. Now if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me. If not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Genesis 24, verse 50. Then Laban and Bethuel answered, The thing proceeds from Yahweh. We can't speak to you bad or good. Genesis 24, verse 51. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as Yahweh has spoken. Genesis 24, verse 52. It happened that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself down to the earth to Yahweh. Genesis 24, verse 53. The servant brought out jewels of silver and jewels of gold and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave precious things to her brother and her mother. Genesis 24, verse 54. They ate and drank, he and the men who were with him, and stayed all night. They rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away to my master. Genesis 24, verse 55. Her brother and her mother said, Let the young lady stay with us a few days, at least 10. After that she will go. Genesis 24, verse 56. He said to them, Don't hinder me, since Yahweh has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master. Genesis 24, verse 57, they said, "We will call the young lady and ask her." Genesis 24, verse 58, they called Rebekah and said to her, "Will you go with this man?" She said, "I will go." Genesis 24, verse 59, they sent away Rebekah, their sister, with her nurse, Abraham's servant and his men. Genesis 24, verse 60, they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, may you be the mother of thousands of 10,000s, and let your seed possess the gate of those who hate them." Genesis 24, verse 61, Rebekah arose with her ladies. They rode on the camels and followed the man. The servant took Rebekah and went his way. Genesis 24, verse 62, Isaac came from the way of Beer Lahai Roi, for he lived in the land of the south. Genesis 24, verse 63, Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the evening. He lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, there were camels coming. Genesis 24, verse 64, Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted from the camel. Genesis 24, verse 65, she said to the servant, "Who is the man who is walking in the field to meet us?" The servant said, "It is my master." She took her veil and covered herself. Genesis 24, verse 66, the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done. Genesis 24, verse 67, Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. He loved her. Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis 25, verse 1, Abraham took another wife, and her name was Keturah. Genesis 25, verse 2, she bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Genesis 25, verse 3, Jokshan became the father of Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Lumim. Genesis 25, verse 4, the sons of Midian, Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. Genesis 25, verse 5, Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac. Genesis 25, verse 6, but to the sons of Abraham's concubines, Abraham gave gifts. He sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived eastward to the east country. Genesis 25, verse 7, these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 175 years. Genesis 25, verse 8, Abraham gave up the spirit, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. Genesis 25, verse 9, Isaac and Ishmael, his sons, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre. Genesis 25, verse 10, the field which Abraham purchased of the children of Heth. Abraham was buried there with Sarah, his wife. Genesis 25, verse 11, it happened after the death of Abraham that God blessed Isaac, his son. Isaac lived by Beer Lahai Roi. Genesis 25, verse 12. Now this is the history of the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bore to Abraham. Genesis 25, verse 13. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to the order of their birth. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, then Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam. Genesis 25, verse 14, Mishma, Duma, Massa. Genesis 25, verse 15, Hadad, Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedema. Genesis 25, verse 16, These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their villages and by their encampments, 12 princes according to their nations. Genesis 25 verse 17. These are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. He gave up the spirit and died and was gathered to his people. Genesis 25 verse 18. They lived from Havilah to Shur, that is before Egypt, as you go toward Assyria. He lived opposite all his relatives. Genesis 25 verse 19. This is the history of the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham became the father of Isaac. Genesis 25 verse 20. Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian, to be his wife. Genesis 25 verse 21. Isaac entreated Yahweh for his wife because she was barren. Yahweh was entreated by him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. Genesis 25 verse 22. The children struggled together within her. She said, "If it be so, why do I live?" She went to inquire of Yahweh. Genesis 25 verse 23. Yahweh said to her, "Two nations are in your womb. Two peoples will be separated from your body. The one people will be stronger than the other people. The elder will serve the younger." Genesis 25 verse 24. When her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. Genesis 25 verse 25. The first came out red all over like a hairy garment. They named him Esau. Genesis 25 verse 26. After that, his brother came out, and his hand had hold on Esau's heel. He was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. Genesis 25 verse 27. The boys grew. Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field. Jacob was a quiet man living in tents. Genesis 25 verse 28. Now Isaac loved Esau because he ate his venison. Rebekah loved Jacob. Genesis 25 verse 29. Jacob boiled stew. Esau came in from the field, and he was famished. Genesis 25 verse 30. Esau said to Jacob, "Please feed me with that same red stew, for I am famished." Therefore his name was called Edom. Genesis 25 verse 31. Jacob said, "First, sell me your birthright." Genesis 25 verse 32. Esau said, "Behold, I am about to die. What good is the birthright to me?" Genesis 25 verse 33. Jacob said, "Swear to me first." He swore to him. He sold his birthright to Jacob. Genesis 25 verse 34. Jacob gave Esau bread and stew of lentils. He ate and drank, rose up, and went his way. So Esau despised his birthright. Genesis 26 verse 1. There was a famine in the land, besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to Gerar. Genesis 26 verse 2. Yahweh appeared to him and said, "Don't go down into Egypt. Live in the land I will tell you about." Genesis 26 verse 3. Live in this land, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your seed I will give all these lands, and I will establish the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. Genesis 26 verse 4. I will multiply your seed as the stars of the sky, and will give to your seed all these lands. In your seed will all the nations of the earth be blessed. Genesis 26 verse 5. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my requirements, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Genesis 26, verse 6, Isaac lived in Gerar. Genesis 26, verse 7, the men of the place asked him about his wife. He said, "She is my sister," for he was afraid to say, "My wife," lest, he thought, the men of the place might kill me for Rebekah because she is beautiful to look at. Genesis 26, verse 8, it happened when he had been there a long time that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Isaac was caressing Rebekah, his wife. Genesis 26, verse 9, Abimelech called Isaac and said, "Behold, surely she is your wife. Why did you say, 'She is my sister'?" Isaac said to him, "Because I said, lest I die because of her." Genesis 26, verse 10, Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt on us." Genesis 26, verse 11, Abimelech commanded all the people, saying, "He who touches this man or his wife will surely be put to death." Genesis 26, verse 12, Isaac sowed in that land, and reaped in the same year 100 times what he planted. Yahweh blessed him. Genesis 26, verse 13, the man grew great and grew more and more until he became very great. Genesis 26, verse 14, he had possessions of flocks, possessions of herds, and a great household. The Philistines envied him. Genesis 26, verse 15, now all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped and filled with earth. Genesis 26, verse 16, Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go from us, for you are much mightier than we." Genesis 26, verse 17, Isaac departed from there, encamped in the valley of Gerar, and lived there. Genesis 26, verse 18, Isaac dug again the wells of water which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. He called their names after the names by which his father had called them. Genesis 26, verse 19, Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of springing water. Genesis 26, verse 20, the herdsmen of Gerar argued with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." He called the name of the well Esek because they contended with him. Genesis 26, verse 21, they dug another well and they argued over that also. He called its name Sitnah. Genesis 26, verse 22, he left that place and dug another well. They didn't argue over that one. He called it Rehoboth. He said, "For now Yahweh has made room for us, and we will be fruitful in the land." Genesis 26, verse 23, he went up from there to Beersheba. Genesis 26, verse 24, Yahweh appeared to him the same night and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. Don't be afraid, for I am with you and will bless you and multiply your seed for my servant Abraham's sake." Genesis 26, verse 25. He built an altar there and called on the name of Yahweh and pitched his tent there. There Isaac's servants dug a well. Genesis 26, verse 26. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahazath his friend, and Phicol the captain of his army. Genesis 26, verse 27, Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to me, since you hate me and have sent me away from you?" Genesis 26, verse 28, they said, "We saw plainly that Yahweh was with you. We said, 'Let there now be an oath between us, even between us and you, and let us make a covenant with you. Genesis 26, verse 29, that you will do us no harm as we have not touched you, and as we have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahweh. Genesis 26, verse 30, he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. Genesis 26, verse 31, they rose up sometime in the morning and swore one to another. Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. Genesis 26, verse 32, it happened the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said to him, we have found water. Genesis 26, verse 33, he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. Genesis 26, verse 34, when Esau was 40 years old, he took as wife Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Genesis 26, verse 35, they grieved Isaac's and Rebekah's spirits. Genesis 27, verse 1, it happened that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called Esau his elder son and said to him, my son, he said to him, here I am. Genesis 27, verse 2, he said, see, now I am old. I don't know the day of my death. Genesis 27, verse 3, now therefore, please take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and take me venison. Genesis 27, verse 4, make me savory food, such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, and that my soul may bless you before I die. Genesis 27, verse 5, Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son. Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. Genesis 27, verse 6, Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, Genesis 27, verse 7, bring me venison and make me savory food, that I may eat and bless you before Yahweh before my death. Genesis 27, verse 8, now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Genesis 27, verse 9, go now to the flock, and get me from there 2 good young goats. I will make them savory food for your father, such as he loves. Genesis 27, verse 10, you shall bring it to your father that he may eat, so that he may bless you before his death. Genesis 27, verse 11, Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Genesis 27, verse 12, what if my father touches me? I will seem to him as a deceiver, and I would bring a curse on myself and not a blessing. Genesis 27, verse 13, his mother said to him, let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice, and go get them for me. Genesis 27, verse 14, he went and got them and brought them to his mother. His mother made savory food, such as his father loved. Genesis 27, verse 15, Rebekah took the good clothes of Esau, her elder son, which were with her in the house, and put them on Jacob, her younger son. Genesis 27, verse 16, she put the skins of the young goats on his hands and on the smooth of his neck. Genesis 27, verse 17, she gave the savory food and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. Genesis 27, verse 18, he came to his father and said, my father, he said, here I am. Who are you, my son? Genesis 27, Verse 19, Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done what you asked me to do. Please arise, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me." Genesis 27, verse 20, Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" He said, "Because Yahweh your God gave me success." Genesis 27, verse 21, Isaac said to Jacob, "Please come near that I may feel you, my son, whether you are really my son Esau or not." Genesis 27, verse 22, Jacob went near to Isaac his father. He felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." Genesis 27, verse 23. He didn't recognize him because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. Genesis 27, verse 24, he said, "Are you really my son Esau?" He said, "I am." Genesis 27, verse 25, he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you." He brought it near to him, and he ate. He brought him wine, and he drank. Genesis 27, verse 26, his father Isaac said to him, "Come near now and kiss me, my son." Genesis 27, verse 27, he came near and kissed him. He smelled the smell of his clothing and blessed him and said, "Behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahweh has blessed." Genesis 27, verse 28, God give you of the dew of the sky, of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and new wine. Genesis 27, verse 29, let peoples serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers. Let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you. Blessed be everyone who blesses you. Genesis 27, verse 30, it happened, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob had just gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. Genesis 27, verse 31. He also made savory food and brought it to his father. He said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me." Genesis 27, verse 32, Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" He said, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." Genesis 27, verse 33, Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who, then, is he who has taken venison and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before you came and have blessed him. Yes, he will be blessed." Genesis 27, verse 34. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with an exceeding great and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, my father." Genesis 27, verse 35, he said, "Your brother came with deceit and has taken away your blessing." Genesis 27, verse 36, he said, "Isn't he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. See, now he has taken away my blessing." He said, "Haven't you reserved a blessing for me?" Genesis 27, verse 37. Isaac answered Esau, "Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brothers have I given to him for servants. With grain and new wine have I sustained him. What then will I do for you, my son?" Genesis 27, verse 38, Esau said to his father, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, my father." Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Genesis 27, verse 39, Isaac his father answered him, Behold, of the fatness of the earth will be your dwelling, and of the dew of the sky from above. Genesis 27, verse 40. By your sword will you live, and you will serve your brother. It will happen when you will break loose, that you shall shake his yoke from off your neck. Genesis 27, verse 41. Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. Esau said in his heart, "The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." Genesis 27, verse 42. The words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. She sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, "Behold, your brother Esau comforts himself about you by planning to kill you." Genesis 27, verse 43. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee to Laban, my brother, in Haran. Genesis 27, verse 44. Stay with him a few days, until your brother's fury turns away. Genesis 27, verse 45. Until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and get you from there. Why should I be bereaved of you both in one day? Genesis 27, verse 46. Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these of the daughters of the land, what good will my life do me?" Genesis 28, verse 1. Isaac called Jacob, blessed him, and commanded him, "You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan." Genesis 28, verse 2. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father. Take a wife from there from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Genesis 28, verse 3. May God Almighty bless you, and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may be a company of peoples. Genesis 28, verse 4. And give you the blessing of Abraham, to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land where you travel, which God gave to Abraham. Genesis 28, verse 5. Isaac sent Jacob away. He went to Paddan Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, Rebekah's brother, Jacob's and Esau's mother. Genesis 28, verse 6. Now Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Paddan Aram, to take him a wife from there, and that as he blessed him he gave him a command, saying, "You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan." Genesis 28, verse 7. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Paddan Aram. Genesis 28, verse 8. Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan didn't please Isaac his father. Genesis 28, verse 9. Esau went to Ishmael and took, besides the wives that he had, Mahalath the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his wife. Genesis 28, verse 10. Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. Genesis 28, verse 11. He came to a certain place and stayed there all night because the sun had set. He took one of the stones of the place and put it under his head and lay down in that place to sleep. Genesis 28, verse 12. He dreamed, "Behold, a stairway set upon the earth, and its top reached to heaven. Behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it." Genesis 28, verse 13. Behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, "I am Yahweh, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac. The land whereon you lie, to you will I give it and to your seed." Genesis 28, verse 14. Your seed will be as the dust of the earth, and you will spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. In you and in your seed will all the families of the earth be blessed. Genesis 28, verse 15. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you, until I have done that which I have spoken of to you. Genesis 28, verse 16. Jacob awakened out of his sleep, and he said, Surely Yahweh is in this place, and I didn't know it. Genesis 28, verse 17. He was afraid and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other than God's house, and this is the gate of heaven. Genesis 28, verse 18. Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put under his head, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil on its top. Genesis 28, verse 19. He called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the city was Luz at the first. Genesis 28, verse 20. Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to put on, Genesis 28, verse 21, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, and Yahweh will be my God, Genesis 28, verse 22. Then this stone which I have set up for a pillar will be God's house. Of all that you will give me, I will surely give the tenth to you. Genesis 29, verse 1. Then Jacob went on his journey and came to the land of the children of the east. Genesis 29, verse 2. He looked, and behold, a well in the field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep lying there by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks. The stone on the well's mouth was large. Genesis 29, verse 3. There all the flocks were gathered. They rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the sheep, and put the stone again on the well's mouth in its place. Genesis 29, verse 4. Jacob said to them, My relatives, where are you from? They said, We are from Haran. Genesis 29, verse 5. He said to them, Do you know Laban the son of Nahor? They said, We know him. Genesis 29, verse 6. He said to them, Is it well with him? They said, It is well. See, Rachel, his daughter, is coming with the sheep. Genesis 29, verse 7. He said, Behold, it is still the middle of the day, not time to gather the livestock together. Water the sheep and go and feed them. Genesis 29, verse 8. They said, We can't, until all the flocks are gathered together and they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. Genesis 29, verse 9. While he was yet speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. Genesis 29, verse 10. It happened, when Jacob saw Rachel the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. Genesis 29, verse 11. Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice and wept. Genesis 29, verse 12. Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. She ran and told her father. Genesis 29, verse 13. It happened, when Laban heard the news of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet Jacob and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. Jacob told Laban all these things. Genesis 29, verse 14. Laban said to him, Surely you are my bone and my flesh. He lived with him for a month. Genesis 29, verse 15. Laban said to Jacob, Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what will your wages be? Genesis 29 verse 16. Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Genesis 29 verse 17. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful in form and attractive. Genesis 29 verse 18. Jacob loved Rachel. He said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. Genesis 29 verse 19. Laban said, It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Stay with me. Genesis 29 verse 20. Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. They seemed to him but a few days for the love he had for her. Genesis 29 verse 21. Jacob said to Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled that I may go into her. Genesis 29 verse 22. Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. Genesis 29 verse 23. It happened in the evening that he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him. He went into her. Genesis 29 verse 24. Laban gave Zilpah his handmaid to his daughter Leah for a handmaid. Genesis 29 verse 25. It happened in the morning that, behold, it was Leah. He said to Laban, What is this you have done to me? Didn't I serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me? Genesis 29 verse 26. Laban said, It is not done so in our place to give the younger before the firstborn. Genesis 29 verse 27. Fulfill the week of this one, and we will give you the other also for the service which you will serve with me yet 7 other years. Genesis 29 verse 28. Jacob did so and fulfilled her week. He gave him Rachel his daughter as wife. Genesis 29 verse 29. Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah, his handmaid, to be her handmaid. Genesis 29 verse 30. He went in also to Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. Genesis 29 verse 31. Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, and he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Genesis 29 verse 32. Leah conceived and bore a son, and she named him Reuben. For she said, Because Yahweh has looked at my affliction, for now my husband will love me. Genesis 29 verse 33. She conceived again and bore a son, and said, Because Yahweh has heard that I am hated, he has therefore given me this son also. She named him Simeon. Genesis 29 verse 34. She conceived again and bore a son, said, Now this time will my husband be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. Genesis 29 verse 35. She conceived again and bore a son. She said, This time will I praise Yahweh. Therefore she named him Judah. Then she stopped bearing. Genesis 30 verse 1. When Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister. She said to Jacob, Give me children, or else I will die. Genesis 30 verse 2. Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in God's place, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Genesis 30 verse 3. She said, Behold my maid Bilhah. Go into her, that she may bear on my knees, and I also may obtain children by her. Genesis 30 verse 4. She gave him Bilhah her handmaid as wife, and Jacob went into her. Genesis 30 verse 5. Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. Genesis 30, verse 6, Rachel said, God has judged me and has also heard my voice and has given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. Genesis 30, verse 7, Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Genesis 30, verse 8, Rachel said, with mighty wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister and have prevailed. She named him Naphtali. Genesis 30, verse 9. When Leah saw that she had finished bearing, she took Zilpah, her handmaid, and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Genesis 30, verse 10, Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, bore Jacob a son. Genesis 30, verse 11, Leah said, how fortunate! She named him Gad. Genesis 30, verse 12, Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, bore Jacob a second son. Genesis 30, verse 13, Leah said, happy am I, for the daughters will call me happy. She named him Asher. Genesis 30, verse 14, Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. Genesis 30, verse 15, she said to her, is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also? Rachel said, therefore he will lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. Genesis 30, verse 16, Jacob came from the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, you must come in to me, for I have surely hired you with my son's mandrakes. He lay with her that night. Genesis 30, verse 17, God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a fifth son. Genesis 30, verse 18, Leah said, God has given me my hire because I gave my handmaid to my husband. She named him Issachar. Genesis 30, verse 19, Leah conceived again and bore a sixth son to Jacob. Genesis 30, verse 20, Leah said, God has endowed me with a good dowry. Now my husband will live with me because I have borne him 6 sons. She named him Zebulun. Genesis 30, verse 21, afterwards, she bore a daughter and named her Dinah. Genesis 30, verse 22, God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her and opened her womb. Genesis 30, verse 23, she conceived, bore a son, and said, God has taken away my reproach. Genesis 30, verse 24, she named him Joseph, saying, May Yahweh add another son to me. Genesis 30, verse 25, it happened, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own place and to my country. Genesis 30, verse 26, Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, and let me go. For you know my service with which I have served you. Genesis 30, verse 27, Laban said to him, If now I have found favor in your eyes, stay here, for I have divined that Yahweh has blessed me for your sake. Genesis 30, verse 28, he said, Appoint me your wages, and I will give it. Genesis 30, verse 29, he said to him, You know how I have served you, and how your livestock have fared with me. Genesis 30, verse 30, For it was little which you had before I came, and it has increased to a multitude. Yahweh has blessed you wherever I turned. Now when will I provide for my own house also? Genesis 30, verse 31, he said, What shall I give you? Jacob said, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed your flock and keep it. Genesis 30, verse 32, I will pass through all your flock today, removing from there every speckled and spotted one, and every black one among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats. This will be my hire. Genesis 30, verse 33. So my righteousness will answer for me hereafter, when you come concerning my hire that is before you. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and black among the sheep, that might be with me, will be counted stolen. Genesis 30, verse 34. Laban said, Behold, let it be according to your word. Genesis 30, verse 35. That day he removed the male goats that were streaked and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had white in it, and all the black ones among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. Genesis 30, verse 36. He set 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. Genesis 30, verse 37. Jacob took to himself rods of fresh poplar, almond, plane tree, peeled white streaks in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. Genesis 30, verse 38. He set the rods which he had peeled opposite the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink. They conceived when they came to drink. Genesis 30, verse 39. The flocks conceived before the rods, and the flocks produced streaked, speckled, and spotted. Genesis 30, verse 40. Jacob separated the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the streaked and all the black in the flock of Laban. And he put his own droves apart and didn't put them into Laban's flock. Genesis 30, verse 41. It happened, whenever the stronger of the flock conceived, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the flock in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. Genesis 30, verse 42. But when the flock were feeble, he didn't put them in. So the feebler were Laban's and the stronger Jacob's. Genesis 30, verse 43. The man increased exceedingly and had large flocks, female servants and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Genesis 31, verse 1. He heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's. From that which was our father's has he gotten all this wealth. Genesis 31, verse 2. Jacob saw the expression on Laban's face, and behold, it was not toward him as before. Genesis 31, verse 3. Yahweh said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you. Genesis 31, verse 4. Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock. Genesis 31, verse 5. And said to them, I see the expression on your father's face, that it is not toward me as before, but the God of my father has been with me. Genesis 31, verse 6. You know that I have served your father with all of my strength. Genesis 31, verse 7. Your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but God didn't allow him to hurt me. Genesis 31, verse 8. If he said this, the speckled will be your wages, then all the flock bore speckled. If he said this, the streaked will be your wages, then all the flock bore streaked. Genesis 31, verse 9. Thus God has taken away your father's livestock and given them to me. Genesis 31, verse 10. It happened during mating season that I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the male goats which leaped on the flock were streaked, speckled, and grizzled. Genesis 31, verse 11. The angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob, and I said, Here I am. Genesis 31, verse 12. He said, Now lift up your eyes, and behold, All the male goats which leap on the flock are streaked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does to you. Genesis 31, verse 13. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar, where you vowed a vow to me. Now arise, get out from this land, and return to the land of your birth. Genesis 31, verse 14. Rachel and Leah answered him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Genesis 31, verse 15. Aren't we accounted by him as foreigners? For he has sold us and has also quite devoured our money. Genesis 31, verse 16. For all the riches which God has taken away from our father, that is ours and our children's. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do. Genesis 31, verse 17. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives on the camels. Genesis 31, verse 18. And he took away all his livestock, and all his possessions which he had gathered, including the livestock which he had gained in Paddan Aram, to go to Isaac his father, to the land of Canaan. Genesis 31, verse 19. Now Laban had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole the teraphim that were her father's. Genesis 31, verse 20. Jacob deceived Laban the Syrian, in that he didn't tell him that he was running away. Genesis 31, verse 21. So he fled with all that he had. He rose up, passed over the river, and set his face toward the mountain of Gilead. Genesis 31, verse 22. Laban was told on the third day that Jacob had fled. Genesis 31, verse 23. He took his relatives with him and pursued after him 7 days' journey. He overtook him in the mountain of Gilead. Genesis 31, verse 24. God came to Laban, the Syrian, in a dream of the night and said to him, Take heed to yourself that you don't speak to Jacob either good or bad. Genesis 31, verse 25. Laban caught up with Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountain, and Laban with his relatives encamped in the mountain of Gilead. Genesis 31, verse 26. Laban said to Jacob, What have you done that you have deceived me and carried away my daughters like captives of the sword? Genesis 31, verse 27. Why did you flee secretly and deceive me and didn't tell me that I might have sent you away with mirth and with songs, with tambourine and with harp? Genesis 31, verse 28. And didn't allow me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now have you done foolishly. Genesis 31, verse 29. It is in the power of my hand to hurt you, but the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, Take heed to yourself, that you don't speak to Jacob either good or bad. Genesis 31, verse 30. Now, you want to be gone because you greatly longed for your father's house. But why have you stolen my gods? Genesis 31, verse 31. Jacob answered Laban, Because I was afraid, for I said, Lest you should take your daughters from me by force. Genesis 31, verse 32. Anyone you find your gods with shall not live. Before our relatives, discern what is yours with me and take it. For Jacob didn't know that Rachel had stolen them. Genesis 31, verse 33. Laban went into Jacob's tent, into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 female servants. But he didn't find them. He went out of Leah's tent and entered into Rachel's tent. Genesis 31, verse 34. Now Rachel had taken the teraphim, put them in the camel's saddle and sat on them. Laban felt about all the tent but didn't find them. Genesis 31, verse 35. She said to her father, "Don't let my Lord be angry that I can't rise up before you, for I'm having my period." He searched but didn't find the teraphim. Genesis 31, verse 36. Jacob was angry and argued with Laban. Jacob answered Laban, "What is my trespass? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued after me?" Genesis 31, verse 37. Now that you have felt around in all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my relatives and your relatives, that they may judge between us two. Genesis 31, verse 38. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not cast their young, and I haven't eaten the rams of your flocks. Genesis 31, verse 39. That which was torn of animals I didn't bring to you. I bore its loss. Of my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Genesis 31, verse 40. This was my situation. In the day the drought consumed me and the frost by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. Genesis 31, verse 41. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. Genesis 31, verse 42. Unless the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac, had been with me, surely now you would have sent me away empty. God has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. Genesis 31, verse 43. Laban answered Jacob, "The daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children whom they have borne?" Genesis 31, verse 44. Now come, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be for a witness between me and you. Genesis 31, verse 45. Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. Genesis 31, verse 46. Jacob said to his relatives, "Gather stones." They took stones and made a heap. They ate there by the heap. Genesis 31, verse 47. Laban called it Jegar-Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galeed. Genesis 31, verse 48. Laban said, "This heap is witness between me and you this day." Therefore it was named Galeed. Genesis 31, verse 49. And Mizpah, for he said, "Yahweh watch between me and you when we are absent one from another." Genesis 31, verse 50. If you afflict my daughters, or if you take wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. Behold, God is witness between me and you. Genesis 31, verse 51. Laban said to Jacob, "See this heap and see the pillar which I have set between me and you." Genesis 31, verse 52. May this heap be a witness, and the pillar be a witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you will not pass over this heap and this pillar to me for harm. Genesis 31, verse 53. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. Then Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Genesis 31, verse 54. Jacob offered a sacrifice in the mountain and called his relatives to eat bread. They ate bread and stayed all night in the mountain. Genesis 31, verse 55. Early in the morning, Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them. Laban departed and returned to his place. Genesis 32, verse 1, Jacob went on his way and the angels of God met him. Genesis 32, verse 2, when he saw them, Jacob said, "This is God's army." He called the name of that place Mahanaim. Genesis 32, verse 3, Jacob sent messengers in front of him to Esau, his brother, to the land of Seir, the field of Edom. Genesis 32, verse 4, he commanded them, saying, "This is what you shall tell my lord Esau. This is what your servant Jacob says. I have lived as a foreigner with Laban and stayed until now." Genesis 32, verse 5, I have cattle, donkeys, flocks, male servants and female servants. I have sent to tell my Lord, that I may find favor in your sight. Genesis 32, verse 6, the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, "We came to your brother Esau. Not only that, but he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him." Genesis 32, verse 7, then Jacob was greatly afraid and was distressed. He divided the people who were with him and the flocks and the herds and the camels into 2 companies. Genesis 32, verse 8, and he said, "If Esau comes to the one company and strikes it, then the company which is left will escape." Genesis 32, verse 9, Jacob said, "God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, Yahweh, who said to me, 'Return to your country and to your relatives, and I will do you good.'" Genesis 32, verse 10, "I am not worthy of the least of all the loving kindnesses and of all the truth, which you have shown to your servant. For with just my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I have become 2 companies." Genesis 32, verse 11, "Please deliver me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he come and strike me and the mothers with the children." Genesis 32, verse 12, you said, "I will surely do you good and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which can't be numbered because there are so many." Genesis 32, verse 13, "He lodged there that night and took from that which he had with him a present for Esau his brother." Genesis 32, verse 14, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams. Genesis 32, verse 15, 30 milk camels and their colts, 40 cows, 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals. Genesis 32, verse 16, "He delivered them into the hands of his servants, every herd by itself, and said to his servants, 'Pass over before me and put a space between herd and herd.'" Genesis 32, verse 17, "He commanded the foremost, saying, 'When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you? Where are you going? Whose are these before you?' Genesis 32, verse 18, "Then you shall say, They are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord Esau. Behold, he also is behind us." Genesis 32, verse 19, "He commanded also the second and the third and all that followed the herds, saying, This is how you shall speak to Esau when you find him." Genesis 32, verse 20, "You shall say, Not only that, but behold, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perhaps he will accept me." Genesis 32, verse 21, "So the present passed over before him, and he himself lodged that night in the camp." Genesis 32, verse 22, "He rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 handmaids and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford of the Jabbok. Genesis 32, verse 23, he took them, and sent them over the stream, and sent over that which he had. Genesis 32, verse 24, Jacob was left alone, and wrestled with a man there until the breaking of the day. Genesis 32, verse 25. When he saw that he didn't prevail against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was strained as he wrestled. Genesis 32, verse 26, the man said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." Jacob said, "I won't let you go unless you bless me." Genesis 32, verse 27, he said to him, "What is your name?" He said, "Jacob." Genesis 32, verse 28, he said, "Your name will no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have fought with God and with men, and have prevailed." Genesis 32, verse 29, Jacob asked him, "Please tell me your name." He said, "Why is it that you ask what my name is?" He blessed him there. Genesis 32, verse 30, Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for he said, "I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved." Genesis 32, verse 31, the sun rose on him as he passed over Peniel, and he limped because of his thigh. Genesis 32, verse 32, therefore the children of Israel don't eat the sinew of the hip, which is on the hollow of the thigh to this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew of the hip. Genesis 33, verse 1, Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau was coming, and with him 400 men. He divided the children between Leah, Rachel, and the two handmaids. Genesis 33, verse 2, he put the handmaids and their children in front, Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph at the rear. Genesis 33, verse 3, he himself passed over in front of them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. Genesis 33, verse 4, Esau ran to meet him, embraced him, fell on his neck, kissed him, and they wept. Genesis 33, verse 5, he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children, and said, "Who are these with you?" He said, "The children whom God has graciously given your servant." Genesis 33, verse 6, then the handmaids came near with their children, and they bowed themselves. Genesis 33, verse 7, Leah also and her children came near and bowed themselves. After them, Joseph came near with Rachel, and they bowed themselves. Genesis 33, verse 8, Esau said, "What do you mean by all this company which I met?" Jacob said, "To find favor in the sight of my Lord." Genesis 33, verse 9, Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Let that which you have be yours." Genesis 33, verse 10, Jacob said, "Please, know if I have now found favor in your sight, then receive my present at my hand, because I have seen your face, as one sees the face of God, and you were pleased with me." Genesis 33, verse 11, "Please take the gift that I brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough." He urged him, and he took it. Genesis 33, verse 12, Esau said, "Let us take our journey and let us go, and I will go before you." Genesis 33, verse 13, Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are tender, and that the flocks and herds with me have their young, and if they overdrive them one day, all the flocks will die." Genesis 33, verse 14, "Please let my Lord pass over before his servant, and I will lead on gently, according to the pace of the livestock that are before me and according to the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord to Seir. Genesis 33 verse 15, Esau said, "Let me now leave with you some of the folk who are with me." He said, "Why? Let me find favor in the sight of my Lord." Genesis 33 verse 16. So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. Genesis 33 verse 17. Jacob traveled to Sukkot, built himself a house and made shelters for his livestock. Therefore the name of the place is called Sukkot. Genesis 33 verse 18. Jacob came in peace to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Paddan Aram, and encamped before the city. Genesis 33 verse 19. He bought the parcel of ground where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. Genesis 33 verse 20. He erected an altar there and called it El Elo, Israel. Genesis 34 verse 1. Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. Genesis 34 verse 2. Shechem the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her. He took her, lay with her, and humbled her. Genesis 34 verse 3. His soul joined to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the young lady and spoke kindly to the young lady. Genesis 34 verse 4. Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Get me this young lady as a wife." Genesis 34 verse 5. Now Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter, and his sons were with his livestock in the field. Jacob held his peace until they came. Genesis 34 verse 6. Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to talk with him. Genesis 34 verse 7. The sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard it. The men were grieved, and they were very angry, because he had done folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, a which thing ought not to be done. Genesis 34 verse 8. Hamor talked with them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him as a wife." Genesis 34 verse 9. Make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us and take our daughters for yourselves. Genesis 34 verse 10. You shall dwell with us, and the land will be before you. Live and trade in it, and get possessions in it. Genesis 34 verse 11. Shechem said to her father and to her brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you will tell me I will give." Genesis 34 verse 12. Ask me a great amount for a dowry, and I will give whatever you ask of me, but give me the young lady as a wife. Genesis 34 verse 13. The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father with deceit, and spoke, because he had defiled Dinah their sister, Genesis 34 verse 14, and said to them, "We can't do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that is a reproach to us." Genesis 34 verse 15. Only on this condition will we consent to you. If you will be as we are, that every male of you be circumcised. Genesis 34 verse 16. Then will we give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. Genesis 34 verse 17. But if you will not listen to us to be circumcised, then we will take our sister, and we will be gone. Genesis 34 verse 18. Their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. Genesis 34 verse 19. The young man didn't wait to do this thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was honored above all the house of his father. Genesis 34, verse 20. Hamor and Shechem, his son, came to the gate of their city and talked with the men of their city, saying, Genesis 34, verse 21, These men are peaceful with us. Therefore let them live in the land and trade in it. For behold, the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Genesis 34, verse 22. Only on this condition will the men consent to us to live with us, to become one people, if every male among us is circumcised, as they are circumcised. Genesis 34, verse 23. Won't their livestock and their possessions and all their animals be ours? Only let us give our consent to them, and they will dwell with us. Genesis 34, verse 24. All who went out of the gate of his city listened to Hamor, and to Shechem his son, and every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. Genesis 34, verse 25. It happened on the third day when they were sore, that two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword, came upon the unsuspecting city, and killed all the males. Genesis 34, verse 26. They killed Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went away. Genesis 34, verse 27. Jacob's sons came on the dead and plundered the city because they had defiled their sister. Genesis 34, verse 28. They took their flocks, their herds, their donkeys, that which was in the city, that which was in the field. Genesis 34, verse 29, and all their wealth. They took captive all their little ones and their wives, and took as plunder everything that was in the house. Genesis 34, verse 30, Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have troubled me, to make me odious to the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. I am few in number. They will gather themselves together against me and strike me, and I will be destroyed, I and my house. Genesis 34, verse 31, they said, Should he deal with our sister as with a prostitute? Genesis 35, verse 1, God said to Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel and live there. Make there an altar to God, who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. Genesis 35, verse 2. Then Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, Put away the foreign gods that are among you. Purify yourselves, change your garments. Genesis 35, verse 3, Let us arise and go up to Bethel. I will make there an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. Genesis 35, verse 4. They gave to Jacob all the foreign gods which were in their hands, and the rings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. Genesis 35, verse 5. They traveled, and a terror of God was on the cities that were around them, and they didn't pursue the sons of Jacob. Genesis 35, verse 6. So Jacob came to Luz, that is, Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. Genesis 35, verse 7. He built an altar there and called the place El-Beit-El, because their God was revealed to him when he fled from the face of his brother. Genesis 35, verse 8. Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried below Bethel under the oak, and its name was called Allon-Bacuth. Genesis 35, verse 9, God appeared to Jacob again when he came from Paddan Aram and blessed him. Genesis 35, verse 10, God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be Jacob anymore, but your name will be Israel." He named him Israel. Genesis 35, verse 11, God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations will be from you, and kings will come out of your body." Genesis 35, verse 12, "The land which I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I will give it to you, and to your seed after you will I give the land." Genesis 35, verse 13, God went up from him in the place where he spoke with him. Genesis 35, verse 14, Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he spoke with him, a pillar of stone. He poured out a drink offering on it and poured oil on it. Genesis 35, verse 15, Jacob called the name of the place where God spoke with him Bethel. Genesis 35, verse 16, they traveled from Bethel. There was still some distance to come to Ephrath, and Rachel travailed. She had hard labor. Genesis 35, verse 17, when she was in hard labor, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid, for now you will have another son." Genesis 35, verse 18, it happened, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she named him Benoni, but his father named him Benjamin. Genesis 35, verse 19, Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, the same is Bethlehem. Genesis 35, verse 20, Jacob set up a pillar on her grave. The same is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. Genesis 35, verse 21, Israel traveled and spread his tent beyond the Tower of Eder. Genesis 35, verse 22, it happened, while Israel lived in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard of it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. Genesis 35, verse 23, the sons of Leah: Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. Genesis 35, verse 24, the sons of Rachel: Joseph and Benjamin. Genesis 35, verse 25, the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid: Dan and Naphtali. Genesis 35, verse 26, the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid: Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Paddan Aram. Genesis 35, verse 27, Jacob came to Isaac his father to Mamre, to Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac lived as foreigners. Genesis 35, verse 28, the days of Isaac were 180 years. Genesis 35, verse 29, Isaac gave up the spirit and died and was gathered to his people, old and full of days. Esau and Jacob, his sons, buried him. Genesis 36, verse 1, now this is the history of the generations of Esau, that is, Edom. Genesis 36, verse 2, Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan: Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon the Hivite. Genesis 36, verse 3, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Genesis 36, verse 4, Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz. Basemath bore Reuel. Genesis 36, verse 5, Oholibamah bore Jeush, Jalem, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Genesis 36, verse 6, Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the members of his household, with his livestock, all his animals, and all his possessions, which he had gathered in the land of Canaan, and went into a land away from his brother Jacob. Genesis 36, verse 7. For their substance was too great for them to dwell together, and the land of their travels couldn't bear them because of their livestock. Genesis 36, verse 8. Esau lived in the hill country of Seir. Esau is Edom. Genesis 36, verse 9. This is the history of the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in the hill country of Seir. Genesis 36, verse 10. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau, and Reuel, the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. Genesis 36, verse 11. The sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. Genesis 36, verse 12. Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These are the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. Genesis 36, verse 13. These are the sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. Genesis 36, verse 14. These were the sons of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon, Esau's wife. She bore to Esau Jush, Jalem, and Korah. Genesis 36, verse 15. These are the chiefs of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau: Chief Teman, Chief Omar, Chief Zepho, Chief Kenaz. Genesis 36, verse 16. Chief Korah, Chief Gatam, Chief Amalek. These are the chiefs who came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Adah. Genesis 36, verse 17. These are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Chief Nahath, Chief Zerah, Chief Shammah, Chief Mizah. These are the chiefs who came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. Genesis 36, verse 18. These are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's wife: Chief Jush, Chief Jalem, Chief Korah. These are the chiefs who came of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. Genesis 36, verse 19. These are the sons of Esau, that is, Edom, and these are their chiefs. Genesis 36, verse 20. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, the inhabitants of the land: Lotan, Shobal, Zibon, Anna. Genesis 36, verse 21. Dishan, Ezer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs who came of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. Genesis 36, verse 22. The children of Lotan were Hori and Heman. Lotan's sister was Timnah. Genesis 36, verse 23. These are the children of Shobal: Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Anam. Genesis 36, verse 24. These are the children of Zibon: Aiah and Anna. This is Anna who found the hot springs in the wilderness, as he fed the donkeys of Zibon his father. Genesis 36, verse 25. These are the children of Anna: Dishan and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna. Genesis 36, verse 26. These are the children of Dishan: Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Charan. Genesis 36, verse 27. These are the children of Ezer: Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. Genesis 36, verse 28. These are the children of Dishan: Uz and Aaron. Genesis 36, verse 29. These are the chiefs who came of the Horites: Chief Lotan, Chief Shobal, Chief Zibon, Chief Anna. Genesis 36, verse 30, chief Dishan, chief Ezer, and chief Dishan. These are the chiefs who came of the Horites, according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. Genesis 36, verse 31. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, before any king reigned over the children of Israel. Genesis 36, verse 32. Bela, the son of Beer, reigned in Edom. The name of his city was Dinhabah. Genesis 36, verse 33. Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Basra, reigned in his place. Genesis 36, verse 34. Jobab died, and Hushem of the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. Genesis 36, verse 35. Hushem died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place. The name of his city was Avith. Genesis 36, verse 36. Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. Genesis 36, verse 37. Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. Genesis 36, verse 38. Shaul died, and Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his place. Genesis 36, verse 39. Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his place. The name of his city was Pau. His wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. Genesis 36, verse 40. These are the names of the chiefs who came from Esau, according to their families, after their places, and by their names: Chief Timnah, Chief Alva, Chief Jetheth. Genesis 36, verse 41. Chief Oholibamah, Chief Elah, Chief Pinon. Genesis 36, verse 42. Chief Kenaz, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar. Genesis 36, verse 43. Chief Magdiel and Chief Aram. These are the chiefs of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. This is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis 37, verse 1. Jacob lived in the land of his father's travels, in the land of Canaan. Genesis 37, verse 2. This is the history of the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers. He was a boy with the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives. Joseph brought an evil report of them to their father. Genesis 37, verse 3. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. Genesis 37, verse 4. His brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, and they hated him and couldn't speak peaceably to him. Genesis 37, verse 5. Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him all the more. Genesis 37, verse 6. He said to them, "Please hear this dream which I have dreamed." Genesis 37, verse 7. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves came around, and bowed down to my sheaf. Genesis 37, verse 8. His brothers said to him, "Will you indeed reign over us? Or will you indeed have dominion over us?" They hated him all the more for his dreams and for his words. Genesis 37, verse 9. He dreamed yet another dream and told it to his brothers and said, "Behold, I have dreamed yet another dream. And behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars bowed down to me." Genesis 37, verse 10. He told it to his father and to his brothers. His father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Will I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves down to you to the earth?" Genesis 37, verse 11. His brothers envied him, but his father kept this saying in mind. Genesis 37, verse 12. His brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. Genesis 37, verse 13. Israel said to Joseph, "Aren't your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come and I will send you to them." He said to him, "Here I am." Genesis 37, verse 14. He said to him, "Go now, see whether it is well with your brothers and well with the flock, and bring me word again." So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. Genesis 37, verse 15. A certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. The man asked him, "What are you looking for?" Genesis 37, verse 16, he said, "I am looking for my brothers. Tell me, please, where they are feeding the flock." Genesis 37, verse 17. The man said, "They have left here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. Genesis 37, verse 18. They saw him afar off, and before he came near to them, they conspired against him to kill him. Genesis 37, verse 19. They said one to another, "Behold, this dreamer comes." Genesis 37, verse 20. "Come now, therefore, and let's kill him, and cast him into one of the pits, and we will say, 'An evil animal has devoured him.' We will see what will become of his dreams." Genesis 37, verse 21. Reuben heard it and delivered him out of their hand and said, "Let's not take his life." Genesis 37, verse 22. Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood. Throw him into this pit that is in the wilderness, but lay no hand on him, that he might deliver him out of their hand, to restore him to his father." Genesis 37, verse 23. It happened, when Joseph came to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his coat, the coat of many colors that was on him. Genesis 37, verse 24. And they took him and threw him into the pit. The pit was empty. There was no water in it. Genesis 37, verse 25. They sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites was coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing spices and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. Genesis 37, verse 26. Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is it if we kill our brother and conceal his blood?" Genesis 37, verse 27. Come, and let's sell him to the Ishmaelites, and not let our hand be on him, for he is our brother, our flesh. His brothers listened to him. Genesis 37, verse 28. Midianites who were merchants passed by, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. They brought Joseph into Egypt. Genesis 37, verse 29. Reuben returned to the pit, and saw that Joseph wasn't in the pit, and he tore his clothes. Genesis 37, verse 30. He returned to his brothers and said, "The child is no more, and where will I go?" Genesis 37, verse 31. They took Joseph's coat and killed a male goat and dipped the coat in the blood. Genesis 37, verse 32. They took the coat of many colors and they brought it to their father and said, "We have found this. Examine it now, whether it is your son's coat or not." Genesis 37, verse 33. He recognized it and said, "It is my son's coat." An evil animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces. Genesis 37, verse 34, Jacob tore his clothes and put sackcloth on his waist and mourned for his son many days. Genesis 37, verse 35, all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. He said, "For I will go down to Sheol to my son mourning." His father wept for him. Genesis 37, verse 36, the Midianites sold him into Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, the captain of the guard. Genesis 38, verse 1, it happened at that time that Judah went down from his brothers and visited a certain Adullamite whose name was Hurrah. Genesis 38, verse 2, Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. He took her and went into her. Genesis 38, verse 3, she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Genesis 38, verse 4, she conceived again and bore a son, and she named him Onan. Genesis 38, verse 5, she yet again bore a son and named him Shelah, and he was at Sheib when she bore him. Genesis 38, verse 6, Judah took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. Genesis 38, verse 7, Judah's firstborn was wicked in the sight of Yahweh. Yahweh killed him. Genesis 38, verse 8, Judah said to Onan, "Go into your brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, and raise up seed to your brother." Genesis 38, verse 9, Onan knew that the seed wouldn't be his. And it happened when he went into his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. Genesis 38, verse 10, the thing which he did was evil in the sight of Yahweh, and he killed him also. Genesis 38, verse 11, then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow in your father's house, until Shelah my son is grown up." For he said, "Lest he also die like his brothers." Tamar went and lived in her father's house. Genesis 38, verse 12, after many days, Shua's daughter, the wife of Judah, died. Judah was comforted and went up to his sheep-shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hurrah, the Adullamite. Genesis 38, verse 13. It was told Tamar, saying, "Behold, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." Genesis 38, verse 14. She took off of her the garments of her widowhood, and covered herself with her veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in the gate of Enaim, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown up, and she wasn't given to him as a wife. Genesis 38, verse 15. When Judah saw her, he thought that she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. Genesis 38, verse 16. He turned to her by the way and said, "Please come, let me come into you." For he didn't know that she was his daughter-in-law. She said, "What will you give me, that you may come into me?" Genesis 38, verse 17, he said, "I will send you a young goat from the flock." She said, "Will you give me a pledge until you send it?" Genesis 38, verse 18, he said, "What pledge will I give you?" She said, "Your signet and your cord and your staff that is in your hand." He gave them to her and came into her, and she conceived by him. Genesis 38, verse 19. She arose and went away, and put off her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. Genesis 38, verse 20. Judah sent the young goat by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive the pledge from the woman's hand, but he didn't find her. Genesis 38, verse 21. Then he asked the men of her place, saying, "Where is the prostitute that was at Enaim by the road?" They said, "There has been no prostitute here." Genesis 38 verse 22, he returned to Judah and said, "I haven't found her." And also the men of the place said, "There has been no prostitute here." Genesis 38 verse 23, Judah said, "Let her keep it, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this young goat, and you haven't found her." Genesis 38 verse 24, it happened about 3 months later that it was told Judah, saying, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the prostitute. And moreover, behold, she is with child by prostitution." Judah said, "Bring her out and let her be burnt." Genesis 38 verse 25. When she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "By the man, whose these are, I am with child." She also said, "Please discern whose are these, the signet and the cords and the staff." Genesis 38 verse 26, Judah acknowledged them and said, "She is more righteous than I, because I didn't give her to Shelah my son." He knew her again no more. Genesis 38 verse 27, it happened in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. Genesis 38 verse 28, when she travailed, one put out a hand, and the midwife took and tied a scarlet thread on his hand, saying, "This came out first." Genesis 38 verse 29, it happened, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out, and she said, "Why have you made a breach for yourself?" Therefore his name was called Perez. Genesis 38 verse 30, afterward his brother came out, that had the scarlet thread on his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Genesis 39 verse 1, Joseph was brought down to Egypt. Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, the captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him from the hand of the Ishmaelites that had brought him down there. Genesis 39 verse 2, Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man. He was in the house of his master the Egyptian. Genesis 39 verse 3, his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did prosper in his hand. Genesis 39 verse 4, Joseph found favor in his sight. He ministered to him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. Genesis 39 verse 5, it happened from the time that he made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that Yahweh blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was on all that he had in the house and in the field. Genesis 39 verse 6, he left all that he had in Joseph's hand. He didn't concern himself with anything except for the food which he ate. Joseph was well built and handsome. Genesis 39 verse 7, it happened after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes on Joseph, and she said, "Lie with me." Genesis 39 verse 8, but he refused, and said to his master's wife, "Behold, my master doesn't know what is with me in the house, and he has put all that he has into my hand." Genesis 39 verse 9, he isn't greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? Genesis 39 verse 10, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, he didn't listen to her to lie by her or to be with her. Genesis 39 verse 11, about this time he went into the house to do his work, and there were none of the men of the house inside. Genesis 39 verse 12, She caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." He left his garment in her hand and ran outside. Genesis 39, verse 13. When she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and had run outside. Genesis 39, verse 14. She called to the men of her house and spoke to them, saying, "Behold, he has brought in a Hebrew to us to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice." Genesis 39, verse 15. It happened, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment by me and ran outside. Genesis 39, verse 16. She laid up his garment by her until his master came home. Genesis 39, verse 17. She spoke to him according to these words, saying, "The Hebrew servant whom you have brought to us came in to me to mock me." Genesis 39, verse 18. And it happened, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment by me and ran outside. Genesis 39, verse 19. It happened, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, "This is what your servant did to me," that his wrath was kindled. Genesis 39, verse 20. Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, the place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in custody. Genesis 39, verse 21. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed kindness to him, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. Genesis 39, verse 22. The keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners who were in the prison. Whatever they did there, he was responsible for it. Genesis 39, verse 23. The keeper of the prison didn't look after anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him. And that which he did, Yahweh made it prosper. Genesis 40, verse 1. It happened after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt. Genesis 40, verse 2. Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. Genesis 40, verse 3. He put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. Genesis 40, verse 4. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he took care of them. They stayed in prison many days. Genesis 40, verse 5. They both dreamed a dream, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison. Genesis 40, verse 6. Joseph came into them in the morning and saw them, and saw that they were sad. Genesis 40, verse 7. He asked Pharaoh's officers who were with him in custody in his master's house, saying, "Why do you look so sad today?" Genesis 40, verse 8. They said to him, "We have dreamed a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it." Joseph said to them, "Don't interpretations belong to God? Please tell it to me." Genesis 40, verse 9. The chief cupbearer told his dream to Joseph and said to him, "In my dream, behold, a vine was in front of me." Genesis 40, verse 10. And in the vine were 3 branches. It was as though it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters produced ripe grapes. Genesis 40, verse 11. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. Genesis 40, verse 12. Joseph said to him, "This is its interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days." Genesis 40, verse 13, within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your office. You will give Pharaoh's cup into his hand, the way you did when you were his cupbearer. Genesis 40, verse 14. But remember me when it will be well with you, and please show kindness to me, and make mention of me to Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. Genesis 40, verse 15. For indeed, I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. Genesis 40, verse 16. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, 3 baskets of white bread were on my head. Genesis 40, verse 17. In the uppermost basket there was all kinds of baked food for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head. Genesis 40, verse 18. Joseph answered, This is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Genesis 40, verse 19. Within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head from off you and will hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh from off you. Genesis 40, verse 20. It happened the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. Genesis 40, verse 21. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. Genesis 40, verse 22. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Genesis 40, verse 23. Yet the chief cupbearer didn't remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis 41, verse 1. It happened at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. Genesis 41, verse 2. Behold, there came up out of the river 7 cattle, sleek and fat, and they fed in the marsh grass. Genesis 41, verse 3. Behold, 7 other cattle came up after them out of the river, ugly and thin, and stood by the other cattle on the brink of the river. Genesis 41, verse 4. The ugly and thin cattle ate up the 7 sleek and fat cattle. So Pharaoh awoke. Genesis 41, verse 5. He slept and dreamed a 2nd time. And behold, 7 heads of grain came up on one stalk, healthy and good. Genesis 41, verse 6. Behold, 7 heads of grain, thin and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. Genesis 41, verse 7. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy and full ears. Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. Genesis 41, verse 8. It happened in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all of Egypt's magicians and wise men. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was no one who could interpret them to Pharaoh. Genesis 41, verse 9. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my faults today. Genesis 41, verse 10. Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and put me in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, me and the chief baker. Genesis 41, verse 11. We dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. Genesis 41, verse 12. There was with us there a young man, a Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard, and we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he interpreted. Genesis 41, verse 13. It happened, As he interpreted to us, so it was. He restored me to my office, and he hanged him. Genesis 41, verse 14. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. He shaved himself, changed his clothing, and came into Pharaoh. Genesis 41, verse 15, Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. I have heard it said of you, that when you hear a dream you can interpret it. Genesis 41, verse 16, Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It isn't in me. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace. Genesis 41, verse 17, Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood on the brink of the river. Genesis 41, verse 18, And behold, there came up out of the river 7 cattle, fat and sleek. They fed in the marsh grass. Genesis 41, verse 19, And behold, 7 other cattle came up after them, poor and very ugly and thin, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for ugliness. Genesis 41, verse 20, The thin and ugly cattle ate up the first 7 fat cattle. Genesis 41, verse 21, And when they had eaten them up, it couldn't be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ugly, as at the beginning. So I awoke. Genesis 41, verse 22, I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 heads of grain came up on one stalk, full and good. Genesis 41, verse 23, And behold, 7 heads of grain, withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. Genesis 41, verse 24, The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 good heads of grain. I told it to the magicians, but there was no one who could explain it to me. Genesis 41, verse 25, Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. What God is about to do he has declared to Pharaoh. Genesis 41, verse 26, The 7 good cattle are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. The dream is one. Genesis 41, verse 27, The 7 thin and ugly cattle that came up after them are 7 years, and also the 7 empty heads of grain blasted with the east wind. They will be 7 years of famine. Genesis 41, verse 28, That is the thing which I spoke to Pharaoh. What God is about to do he has shown to Pharaoh. Genesis 41, verse 29, Behold, there comes 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 30, There will arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. The famine will consume the land. Genesis 41, verse 31, And the plenty will not be known in the land by reason of that famine which follows, for it will be very grievous. Genesis 41, verse 32, The dream was doubled to Pharaoh, because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Genesis 41, verse 33, Now therefore let Pharaoh look for a discreet and wise man, and set him over the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 34, Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint overseers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt's produce in the 7 plenteous years. Genesis 41, verse 35, Let them gather all the food of these good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh for food in the cities, and let them keep it. Genesis 41, verse 36, The food will be for a store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which will be in the land of Egypt, that the land not perish through the famine. Genesis 41, verse 37. The thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of all his servants. Genesis 41, verse 38. Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom is the Spirit of God?" Genesis 41, verse 39. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Because God has shown you all of this, there is none so discreet and wise as you." Genesis 41, verse 40. You shall be over my house, and according to your word will all my people be ruled. Only in the throne I will be greater than you. Genesis 41, verse 41. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Behold, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." Genesis 41, verse 42. Pharaoh took off his signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in robes of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. Genesis 41, verse 43. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had. They cried before him, "Bow the knee." He set him over all the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 44. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand or his foot in all the land of Egypt." Genesis 41, verse 45. Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphanath-Paneah, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, as a wife. Joseph went out over the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 46. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 47. In the 7 plenteous years the earth produced abundantly. Genesis 41, verse 48. He gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was around every city, he laid up in the same. Genesis 41, verse 49. Joseph laid up grain as the sand of the sea, very much, until he stopped counting, for it was without number. Genesis 41, verse 50. To Joseph were born 2 sons before the year of famine came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore to him. Genesis 41, verse 51. Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. "For," he said, "God has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house." Genesis 41, verse 52. The name of the second he called Ephraim, "For God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction." Genesis 41, verse 53. The 7 years of plenty that were in the land of Egypt came to an end. Genesis 41, verse 54. The 7 years of famine began to come, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. Genesis 41, verse 55. When all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, and Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph. What he says to you, do." Genesis 41, verse 56. The famine was over all the surface of the earth. Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians. The famine was severe in the land of Egypt. Genesis 41, verse 57. All countries came into Egypt to Joseph to buy grain, because the famine was severe in all the earth. Genesis 42, verse 1. Now Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, and Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another?" Genesis 42, verse 2, he said, "Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy for us from there, so that we may live and not die." Genesis 42, verse 3. Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. Genesis 42, verse 4. But Jacob didn't send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with his brothers, for he said, "Lest perhaps harm happen to him." Genesis 42, verse 5. The sons of Israel came to buy among those who came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. Genesis 42, verse 6. Joseph was the governor over the land. It was he who sold to all the people of the land. Joseph's brothers came and bowed themselves down to him with their faces to the earth. Genesis 42, verse 7. Joseph saw his brothers and he recognized them, but acted like a stranger to them and spoke roughly with them. He said to them, "Where did you come from?" They said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." Genesis 42, verse 8. Joseph recognized his brothers, but they didn't recognize him. Genesis 42, verse 9. Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land." Genesis 42, verse 10. They said to him, "No, my lord, but your servants have come to buy food." Genesis 42, verse 11. "We are all one man's sons. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies." Genesis 42, verse 12. He said to them, "No, but you have come to see the nakedness of the land." Genesis 42, verse 13. They said, "We, your servants, are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is no more." Genesis 42, verse 14. Joseph said to them, "It is like I told you, saying, 'You are spies.'" Genesis 42, verse 15. "By this you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go out from here, unless your youngest brother comes here." Genesis 42, verse 16. "Send one of you, and let him get your brother, and you shall be bound, that your words may be tested, whether there is truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely you are spies." Genesis 42, verse 17. He put them all together into custody for 3 days. Genesis 42, verse 18. Joseph said to them the third day, "Do this and live, for I fear God." Genesis 42, verse 19. "If you are honest men, then let one of your brothers be bound in your prison. But you go, carry grain for the famine of your houses." Genesis 42, verse 20. "Bring your youngest brother to me, so will your words be verified and you won't die." They did so. Genesis 42, verse 21. They said one to another, "We are certainly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us, and we wouldn't listen. Therefore this distress has come upon us." Genesis 42, verse 22. Reuben answered them, saying, "Didn't I tell you, saying, 'Don't sin against the child,' and you wouldn't listen? Therefore also, behold, his blood is required." Genesis 42, verse 23. They didn't know that Joseph understood them, for there was an interpreter between them. Genesis 42, verse 24. He turned himself away from them and wept. Then he returned to them and spoke to them, and took Simeon from among them, and bound him before their eyes. Genesis 42, verse 25. Then Joseph gave a command to fill their bags with grain, and to restore each man's money into his sack, and to give them food for the way. So it was done to them. Genesis 42, verse 26. They loaded their donkeys with their grain and departed from there. Genesis 42, verse 27. As one of them opened his sack to give his donkey food in the lodging place, he saw his money. Behold, it was in the mouth of his sack. Genesis 42, verse 28, he said to his brothers, "My money is restored. Behold, it is in my sack." Their hearts failed them, and they turned trembling one to another, saying, "What is this that God has done to us?" Genesis 42, verse 29, they came to Jacob their father to the land of Canaan, and told him all that had happened to them, saying, Genesis 42, verse 30, "The man, the Lord of the land, spoke roughly with us, and took us for spies of the country." Genesis 42, verse 31, we said to him, "We are honest men, we are no spies." Genesis 42, verse 32, "We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan." Genesis 42, verse 33, "The man, the Lord of the land, said to us, 'By this I will know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me, and take grain for the famine of your houses, and go your way.'" Genesis 42, verse 34, "Bring your youngest brother to me. Then I will know that you are not spies, but that you are honest men. So I will deliver your brother to you, and you shall trade in the land." Genesis 42, verse 35, "It happened as they emptied their sacks, that behold, each man's bundle of money was in his sack. When they and their father saw their bundles of money, they were afraid." Genesis 42, verse 36, "Jacob, their father, said to them, 'You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is no more, Simeon is no more, and you want to take Benjamin away. All these things are against me.'" Genesis 42, verse 37, "Reuben spoke to his father, saying, 'Kill my 2 sons if I don't bring him to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him to you again.' Genesis 42, verse 38, he said, 'My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead and he only is left. If harm happens to him along the way in which you go, then you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol.'" Genesis 43, verse 1, "The famine was severe in the land." Genesis 43, verse 2, "It happened, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said to them, 'Go again, buy us a little more food.'" Genesis 43, verse 3, "Judah spoke to him, saying, 'The man solemnly warned us, saying, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.'" Genesis 43, verse 4, "If you'll send our brother with us, we'll go down and buy you food." Genesis 43, verse 5, "But if you'll not send him, we'll not go down, for the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you." Genesis 43, verse 6, Israel said, "Why did you treat me so badly, telling the man that you had another brother?" Genesis 43, verse 7, they said, "The man asked directly concerning ourselves and concerning our relatives, saying, 'Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?' We just answered his questions. Is there any way we could know that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" Genesis 43, verse 8, Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the boy with me, and we'll get up and go, so that we may live and not die both we and you, and also our little ones. Genesis 43, verse 9, I'll be collateral for him. From my hand will you require him. If I don't bring him to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. Genesis 43, verse 10. For if we hadn't delayed, surely we would have returned a second time by now. Genesis 43, verse 11. Their father Israel said to them, If it must be so, then do this. Take from the choice fruits of the land in your bags, and carry down a present for the man, a little balm, a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. Genesis 43, verse 12, and take double money in your hand, and take back the money that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Genesis 43, verse 13, take your brother also, get up, and return to the man. Genesis 43, verse 14, may God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may release to you your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. Genesis 43, verse 15. The men took that present, and they took double money in their hand and Benjamin, and got up, went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. Genesis 43, verse 16. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, Bring the men into the house and butcher an animal and prepare, for the men will dine with me at noon. Genesis 43, verse 17. The man did as Joseph commanded, and the man brought the men to Joseph's house. Genesis 43, verse 18. The men were afraid because they were brought to Joseph's house. And they said, Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time, we're brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, attack us, and seize us as slaves along with our donkeys. Genesis 43, verse 19. They came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they spoke to him at the door of the house. Genesis 43, verse 20, and said, O my Lord, we indeed came down the first time to buy food. Genesis 43, verse 21. When we came to the lodging place, we opened our sacks, and behold, each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. We have brought it back in our hand. Genesis 43, verse 22. We have brought down other money in our hand to buy food. We don't know who put our money in our sacks. Genesis 43, verse 23, he said, Peace be to you. Don't be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your money. He brought Simeon out to them. Genesis 43, verse 24. The man brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water, and they washed their feet. He gave their donkeys fodder. Genesis 43, verse 25. They prepared the present for Joseph's coming at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. Genesis 43, verse 26. When Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves down to him to the earth. Genesis 43, verse 27. He asked them of their welfare and said, Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he yet alive? Genesis 43, verse 28, they said, Your servant, our father, is well. He is still alive. They bowed down humbly. Genesis 43, verse 29, he lifted up his eyes and saw Benjamin, his brother, his mother's son, and said, Is this your youngest brother of whom you spoke to me? He said, God be gracious to you, my son. Genesis 43, Verse 30, Joseph hurried, for his heart yearned over his brother, and he sought a place to weep. He entered into his room and wept there. Genesis 43, verse 31, he washed his face and came out. He controlled himself and said, "Serve the meal." Genesis 43, verse 32, they served him by himself and them by themselves, and the Egyptians that ate with him by themselves, because the Egyptians don't eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. Genesis 43, verse 33, they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one with another. Genesis 43, verse 34, he sent portions to them from before him, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. They drank and were merry with him. Genesis 44, verse 1, he commanded the steward of his house, saying, "Fill the men's sacks with food as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in his sack's mouth." Genesis 44, verse 2, put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest with his grain money. He did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. Genesis 44, verse 3, as soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. Genesis 44, verse 4, when they had gone out of the city and were not yet far off, Joseph said to his steward, "Up, follow after the men. When you overtake them, ask them, 'Why have you rewarded evil for good?'" Genesis 44, verse 5, "Isn't this that from which my Lord drinks, and by which he indeed divines? You have done evil in so doing." Genesis 44, verse 6, he overtook them, and he spoke these words to them. Genesis 44, verse 7, they said to him, "Why does my Lord speak such words as these? Far be it from your servants that they should do such a thing." Genesis 44, verse 8, "Behold, the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again to you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal silver or gold out of your Lord's house?" Genesis 44, verse 9, "With whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondservants." Genesis 44, verse 10, he said, "Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found will be my bondservant, and you will be blameless." Genesis 44, verse 11, "Then they hurried, and each man took his sack down to the ground, and each man opened his sack." Genesis 44, verse 12, he searched, beginning with the eldest and ending at the youngest. The cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Genesis 44, verse 13, "Then they tore their clothes, and each man loaded his donkey and returned to the city." Genesis 44, verse 14, "Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and he was still there. They fell on the ground before him." Genesis 44, verse 15, Joseph said to them, "What deed is this that you have done? Don't you know that such a man as I can indeed divine?" Genesis 44, verse 16, Judah said, "What will we tell my Lord? What will we speak? Or how will we clear ourselves? God has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's bondservants, both we, and he also in whose hand the cup is found." Genesis 44, verse 17, he said, "Far be it from me that I should do so. The man in whose hand the cup is found, he will be my bondservant. But as for you, go up in peace to your father." Genesis 44, verse 18. Then Judah came near to him and said, "Oh, my lord, please let your servant speak a word in my lord's ears, and don't let your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh." Genesis 44, verse 19. My lord asked his servants, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" Genesis 44, verse 20. We said to my lord, "We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one. And his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him." Genesis 44, verse 21. You said to your servants, "Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him." Genesis 44, verse 22. We said to my lord, "The boy can't leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die." Genesis 44, verse 23. You said to your servants, "Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will see my face no more." Genesis 44, verse 24. It happened when we came up to your servant my father, we told him the words of my lord. Genesis 44, verse 25. Our father said, "Go again, buy us a little food." Genesis 44, verse 26. We said, "We can't go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face, unless our youngest brother is with us." Genesis 44, verse 27. Your servant my father said to us, "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons." Genesis 44, verse 28. And the one went out from me, and I said, "Surely he is torn in pieces," and I haven't seen him since. Genesis 44, verse 29. If you take this one also from me, and harm happens to him, you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Genesis 44, verse 30. Now therefore when I come to your servant my father, and the boy is not with us, since his life is bound up in the boy's life. Genesis 44, verse 31. It will happen, when he sees that the boy is no more, that he will die. Your servants will bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. Genesis 44, verse 32. For your servant became collateral for the boy to my father, saying, "If I don't bring him to you, then I will bear the blame to my father forever." Genesis 44, verse 33. Now therefore, please let your servant stay instead of the boy, a bondservant to my lord, and let the boy go up with his brothers. Genesis 44, verse 34. For how will I go up to my father if the boy isn't with me? Lest I see the evil that will come on my father. Genesis 45, verse 1. Then Joseph couldn't control himself before all those who stood before him, and he cried, "Cause everyone to go out from me." No one else stood with him, while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. Genesis 45, verse 2. He wept aloud. The Egyptians heard, and the house of Pharaoh heard. Genesis 45, verse 3. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Does my father still live?" His brothers couldn't answer him, for they were terrified at his presence. Genesis 45, verse 4. Joseph said to his brothers, "Come near to me, please." They came near. He said, "I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt." Genesis 45, verse 5. Now don't be grieved, nor angry with yourselves that you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life. Genesis 45, verse 6. For these 2 years the famine has been in the land, and there are yet 5 years, in which there will be neither plowing nor harvest. Genesis 45, verse 7. God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant in the earth, and to save you alive by a great deliverance. Genesis 45, verse 8. So now it wasn't you who sent me here, but God, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, lord of all his house, and ruler over all the land of Egypt. Genesis 45, verse 9. Hurry and go up to my father and tell him, this is what your son Joseph says, God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me. Don't wait. Genesis 45, verse 10. You shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you will be near to me. You, your children, your children's children, your flocks, your herds, and all that you have. Genesis 45, verse 11. There I will nourish you, for there are yet 5 years of famine, lest you come to poverty, you and your household and all that you have. Genesis 45, verse 12. Behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. Genesis 45, verse 13. You shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that you have seen. You shall hurry and bring my father down here. Genesis 45, verse 14. He fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. Genesis 45, verse 15. He kissed all his brothers and wept on them. After that his brothers talked with him. Genesis 45, verse 16. The report of it was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. It pleased Pharaoh well and his servants. Genesis 45, verse 17. Pharaoh said to Joseph, tell your brothers, do this. Load your animals and go, travel to the land of Canaan. Genesis 45, verse 18. Take your father and your households and come to me, and I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and you will eat the fat of the land. Genesis 45, verse 19. Now you are commanded, do this. Take wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Genesis 45, verse 20 also. Don't concern yourselves about your belongings, for the good of all of the land of Egypt is yours. Genesis 45, verse 21. The sons of Israel did so. Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. Genesis 45, verse 22. He gave each one of them changes of clothing. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. Genesis 45, verse 23. He sent the following to his father: 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and provision for his father by the way. Genesis 45, verse 24. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed. He said to them, see that you don't quarrel on the way. Genesis 45, verse 25. They went up out of Egypt and came into the land of Canaan to Jacob their father. Genesis 45, verse 26. They told him, saying, Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt. His heart fainted, for he didn't believe them. Genesis 45, verse 27. They told him all the words of Joseph which he had said to them. When he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob, their father, revived. Genesis 45, verse 28. Israel said, it is enough. Joseph my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. Genesis 46, verse 1. Israel traveled with all that he had and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father, Isaac. Genesis 46, verse 2. God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." He said, "Here I am." Genesis 46, verse 3, he said, "I am God, the God of your father. Don't be afraid to go down into Egypt, for there I will make of you a great nation." Genesis 46, verse 4, "I will go down with you into Egypt. I will also surely bring you up again. Joseph will close your eyes." Genesis 46, verse 5, Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob, their father, their little ones, and their wives, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. Genesis 46, verse 6. They took their livestock and their goods which they had gotten in the land of Canaan and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him. Genesis 46, verse 7, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters. And he brought all his seed with him into Egypt. Genesis 46, verse 8. These are the names of the children of Israel who came into Egypt, Jacob and his sons. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn. Genesis 46, verse 9, the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. Genesis 46, verse 10, the sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. Genesis 46, verse 11, the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Genesis 46, verse 12, the sons of Judah, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamul. Genesis 46, verse 13, the sons of Issachar, Tola, Puvah, Iab, and Shimron. Genesis 46, verse 14, the sons of Zebulun, Serd, Elon, and Jaleel. Genesis 46, verse 15. These are the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. Genesis 46, verse 16, the sons of Gad, Ziphion, Haggi, Shuni, Esben, Iri, Arodi, and Areli. Genesis 46, verse 17, the sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and Sarah their sister. The sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malchiel. Genesis 46, verse 18. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah, his daughter, and these she bore to Jacob, even 16 souls. Genesis 46, verse 19. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. Genesis 46, verse 20. To Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. Genesis 46, verse 21, the sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Muppim, Huppim, and Ard. Genesis 46, verse 22, these are the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. Genesis 46, verse 23, the son of Dan, Hushim. Genesis 46, verse 24, the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shillem. Genesis 46, verse 25. These are the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel, his daughter, and these she bore to Jacob. All the souls were 7. Genesis 46, verse 26. All the souls who came with Jacob into Egypt, who were his direct descendants besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. Genesis 46, verse 27. The sons of Joseph who were born to him in Egypt were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob who came into Egypt were 70. Genesis 46, verse 28. He sent Judah before him to Joseph, to show the way before him to Goshen, and they came into the land of Goshen. Genesis 46, verse 29. Joseph prepared his chariot and went up to meet Israel, his father, in Goshen. He presented himself to him and fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. Genesis 46, verse 30. Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face that you are still alive." Genesis 46, verse 31. Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's house, "I will go up and speak with Pharaoh and will tell him, 'My brothers and my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me.'" Genesis 46, verse 32. These men are shepherds, for they have been keepers of livestock, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. Genesis 46, verse 33. It will happen, when Pharaoh summons you and will say, "What is your occupation?" Genesis 46, verse 34, that you shall say, "Your servants have been keepers of livestock from our youth even until now, both we and our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians." Genesis 47, verse 1. Then Joseph went in and told Pharaoh and said, "My father and my brothers with their flocks, their herds, and all that they own have come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen." Genesis 47, verse 2. From among his brothers he took 5 men and presented them to Pharaoh. Genesis 47, verse 3. Pharaoh said to his brothers, "What is your occupation?" They said to Pharaoh, "Your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers." Genesis 47, verse 4. They said to Pharaoh, "We have come to live as foreigners in the land, for there is no pasture for your servants' flocks, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. Now therefore, please let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen." Genesis 47, verse 5. Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, "Your father and your brothers have come to you." Genesis 47, verse 6. "The land of Egypt is before you. Make your father and your brothers dwell in the best of the land. Let them dwell in the land of Goshen. If you know any able men among them, then put them in charge of my livestock." Genesis 47, verse 7. Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, and set him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Genesis 47, verse 8. Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" Genesis 47, verse 9. Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage." Genesis 47, verse 10. Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from the presence of Pharaoh. Genesis 47, verse 11. Joseph placed his father and his brothers and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Genesis 47, verse 12. Joseph nourished his father, his brothers, and all of his father's household with bread according to their families. Genesis 47, verse 13. There was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very severe, so that the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. Genesis 47, verse 14, Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. Genesis 47, verse 15, when the money was all spent in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For our money fails." Genesis 47, verse 16, Joseph said, "Give me your livestock, and I will give you food for your livestock if your money is gone." Genesis 47, verse 17. They brought their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for the horses, and for the flocks, and for the herds, and for the donkeys. And he fed them with bread in exchange for all their livestock for that year. Genesis 47, verse 18. When that year was ended, they came to him the second year, and said to him, "We will not hide from my lord how our money is all spent, and the herds of livestock are my lord's. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands." Genesis 47, verse 19. "Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh. Give us seed, that we may live and not die, and that the land won't be desolate." Genesis 47, verse 20. So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for every man of the Egyptians sold his field, because the famine was severe on them, and the land became Pharaoh's. Genesis 47, verse 21. As for the people, he moved them to the cities from one end of the border of Egypt even to the other end of it. Genesis 47, verse 22. Only he didn't buy the land of the priests, for the priests had a portion from Pharaoh, and ate their portion which Pharaoh gave them. That is why they didn't sell their land. Genesis 47, verse 23. Then Joseph said to the people, "Behold, I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh. Behold, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land." Genesis 47, verse 24. "It will happen at the harvests, that you shall give a fifth to Pharaoh, and 4 parts will be your own, for seed of the field, for your food, for them of your households, and for food for your little ones." Genesis 47, verse 25, they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find favor in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." Genesis 47, verse 26. Joseph made it a statute concerning the land of Egypt to this day, that Pharaoh should have the fifth. Only the land of the priests alone didn't become Pharaoh's. Genesis 47, verse 27. Israel lived in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they got themselves possessions therein, and were fruitful, and multiplied exceedingly. Genesis 47, verse 28. Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the days of Jacob, the years of his life, were 147 years. Genesis 47, verse 29. The time drew near that Israel must die, and he called his son Joseph, and said to him, "If now I have found favor in your sight, please put your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Please don't bury me in Egypt." Genesis 47, verse 30. "But when I sleep with my fathers, you shall carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burying place." He said, "I will do as you have said." Genesis 47 verse 31, he said, "Swear to me," and he swore to him. Israel bowed himself on the bed's head. Genesis 48 verse 1, it happened after these things that someone said to Joseph, "Behold, your father is sick." He took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. Genesis 48 verse 2, someone told Jacob and said, "Behold, your son Joseph comes to you." And Israel strengthened himself and sat on the bed. Genesis 48 verse 3, Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me." Genesis 48 verse 4, and said to me, "Behold, I will make you fruitful, and multiply you, and I will make of you a company of peoples, and will give this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession." Genesis 48 verse 5, "Now your 2 sons, who were born to you in the land of Egypt before I came to you into Egypt, are mine. Ephraim and Manasseh, even as Reuben and Simeon, will be mine." Genesis 48 verse 6, "Your issue, whom you become the father of after them, will be yours. They will be called after the name of their brothers in their inheritance." Genesis 48 verse 7, "As for me, when I came from Paddan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when there was still some distance to come to Ephrath, and I buried her there in the way to Ephrath. The same is Bethlehem." Genesis 48 verse 8, "Israel saw Joseph's sons and said, 'Who are these?' Genesis 48 verse 9, Joseph said to his father, 'They are my sons, whom God has given me here.' He said, 'Please bring them to me, and I will bless them.'" Genesis 48 verse 10, "Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he couldn't see. He brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them." Genesis 48 verse 11, Israel said to Joseph, "I didn't think I would see your face, and behold, God has let me see your seed also." Genesis 48 verse 12, Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. Genesis 48 verse 13, Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near to him. Genesis 48 verse 14, Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it on Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands knowingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. Genesis 48 verse 15, he blessed Joseph and said, "The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has fed me all my life long to this day." Genesis 48 verse 16, "The angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac. Let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth." Genesis 48 verse 17, when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. He held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Genesis 48 verse 18, Joseph said to his father, "Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." Genesis 48 verse 19, his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. He also will become a people, and he also will be great. However, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his seed will become a multitude of nations." Genesis 48 verse 20, he blessed them that day, saying, "In you will Israel bless, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. He set Ephraim before Manasseh. Genesis 48 verse 21. Israel said to Joseph, "Behold, I am dying, but God will be with you, and bring you again to the land of your fathers." Genesis 48 verse 22. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brothers, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Genesis 49 verse 1. Jacob called to his sons and said, "Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which will happen to you in the days to come." Genesis 49 verse 2. Assemble yourselves and hear, you sons of Jacob. Listen to Israel your father. Genesis 49 verse 3. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, excelling in dignity and excelling in power. Genesis 49 verse 4. Boiling over as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then defiled it. He went up to my couch. Genesis 49 verse 5. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. Genesis 49 verse 6. My soul, don't come into their counsel. My glory, don't be united to their assembly. For in their anger they killed men. In their self will they hamstrung cattle. Genesis 49 verse 7. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Genesis 49 verse 8. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down before you. Genesis 49 verse 9. Judah is a lion's cub. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He stooped down, he crouched as a lion, as a lioness. Who will rouse him up? Genesis 49 verse 10. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he comes to whom it belongs. To him will the obedience of the peoples be. Genesis 49 verse 11. Binding his foal to the vine, his donkey's colt to the choice vine. He has washed his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. Genesis 49 verse 12. His eyes will be red with wine, his teeth white with milk. Genesis 49 verse 13. Zebulun will dwell at the haven of the sea. He will be for a haven of ships. His border will be on Sidon. Genesis 49 verse 14. Issachar is a strong donkey, lying down between the saddlebags. Genesis 49 verse 15. He saw a resting place, that it was good, the land, that it was pleasant. He bows his shoulder to the burden and becomes a servant doing forced labor. Genesis 49 verse 16. Dan will judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Genesis 49 verse 17. Dan will be a serpent in the way, an adder in the path that bites the horse's heels so that his rider falls backward. Genesis 49 verse 18. I have waited for your salvation, Yahweh. Genesis 49 verse 19. A troop will press on Gad, but he will press on their heel. Genesis 49 verse 20. Asher's food will be rich. He will yield royal dainties. Genesis 49 verse 21. Naphtali is a doe set free who bears beautiful fawns. Genesis 49 verse 22. Joseph is a fruitful vine by a spring. His branches run over the wall. Genesis 49 verse 23. The archers have severely grieved him, shot at him and persecute him. Genesis 49, verse 24, but his bow remained strong. The arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. From there is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Genesis 49, verse 25. Even by the God of your father who will help you, by the Almighty who will bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies below, blessings of the breasts and of the womb. Genesis 49, verse 26. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of your ancestors, above the boundaries of the ancient hills. They will be on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him who is separated from his brothers. Genesis 49, verse 27. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he will devour the prey. At evening he will divide the spoil. Genesis 49, verse 28. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their father spoke to them and blessed them. He blessed everyone according to his blessing. Genesis 49, verse 29. He instructed them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave, that is, in the field of Ephron the Hittite. Genesis 49, verse 30. In the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron the Hittite as a burial place. Genesis 49, verse 31. There they buried Abraham and Sarah, his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah, his wife, and there I buried Leah. Genesis 49, verse 32. The field and the cave that is therein, which was purchased from the children of Heth. Genesis 49, verse 33. When Jacob made an end of charging his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed and yielded up the spirit and was gathered to his people. Genesis 50, verse 1. Joseph fell on his father's face, wept on him, and kissed him. Genesis 50, verse 2. Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. Genesis 50, verse 3. 40 days were fulfilled for him, for that is how many the days it takes to embalm. The Egyptians wept for him for 70 days. Genesis 50, verse 4. When the days of weeping for him were past, Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, Genesis 50, verse 5. My father made me swear, saying, Behold, I am dying. Bury me in my grave which I have dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now therefore, please let me go up and bury my father, and I will come again. Genesis 50, verse 6. Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father just like he made you swear. Genesis 50, verse 7. Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, all the elders of the land of Egypt. Genesis 50, verse 8. All the house of Joseph, his brothers, and his father's house, only their little ones, their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. Genesis 50, verse 9. There went up with him both chariots and horsemen. It was a very great company. Genesis 50, verse 10. They came to the thrashing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, and there they lamented with a very great and severe lamentation. He mourned for his father 7 days. Genesis 50, verse 11. When the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning by the Egyptians. Therefore its name was called Abel Mizraim, which is beyond the Jordan. Genesis 50, verse 12. His sons did to him just as he commanded them. Genesis 50, verse 13. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field, for a possession of a burial site, from Ephron the Hittite before Mamre. Genesis 50, verse 14. Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brothers, and all that went up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. Genesis 50, verse 15. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "It may be that Joseph will hate us, and will fully pay us back for all of the evil which we did to him." Genesis 50, verse 16. They sent a message to Joseph, saying, "Your father commanded before he died, saying," Genesis 50, verse 17, "You shall tell Joseph, 'Now please forgive the disobedience of your brothers and their sin, because they did evil to you. Now please forgive the disobedience of the servants of the God of your father.'" Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Genesis 50, verse 18. His brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, "Behold, we are your servants." Genesis 50, verse 19. Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid, for am I in the place of God?" Genesis 50, verse 20. "As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save many people alive." Genesis 50, verse 21. "Now therefore don't be afraid. I will nourish you and your little ones." He comforted them and spoke kindly to them. Genesis 50, verse 22. Joseph lived in Egypt, he and his father's house. Joseph lived 110 years. Genesis 50, verse 23. Joseph saw Ephraim's children to the third generation. The children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were born on Joseph's knees. Genesis 50, verse 24. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am dying, but God will surely visit you, and bring you up out of this land to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." Genesis 50, verse 25. Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, "God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here." Genesis 50, verse 26. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.